Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here. I trust you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. Even if you're not feeling like that's true for you, that's okay. It is my wish that you find peace and rest here. All things shall come to pass, and one of those things has been the most previous year, 2024. As I'm recording now, it is the 1st of January 2025, so Happy New Year for those that use the Gregorian calendar. It is my intention for me to be an appropriate host for today's Sangha. If there's any way in which I can be of service to you, share any experience, not assuming I have any, but what little I have, I may offer to you, and I hope to learn from you in return. May we all come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. If you want to join me in taking a few deep breaths, it's a nice way to center ourselves. I look forward to embracing the new year and all the energy that comes with it. Winds of change are coming. If you have any reflections that you've had, please feel free to share them, or any stories since the last time you've been here. Let's create peace together. Namaste, dear Sky Guardian. You're wondering if my beard is blonde. You just noticed I have black hair and a blonde mustache. I do have some lighter hairs on my face, don't I? Yeah, it's kind of funny. When I was born, I had very blonde hair for a few years, but then it changed to a lot darker. But yeah, there definitely seems to be some color in my hair, which is cool. Namaste, dear Chloe, dear Bubbles. I hope we all can find common ground in our experiences and expand from there to include new parts of life together. Hello, dear Her Royal Highness Zenny. And remember to laugh whenever you have an opportunity. Laughter breaks through the ego. I'm open for what is in store for us this year. There will certainly be a lot of change, and change is good. It leads to progress. I'd love to know how you're all feeling at this moment too, if you want to share. Every moment is just so rich. I like your adjective of rich for the moment, dear Bubbles. Yeah, full of treasure, full of things to invest in, like ourselves. Or like cheese. Cheese can be very rich in flavor, that's for sure. Lots to celebrate in the moment that is rich. We are rich in spirit. We are rich in possibility. We are rich in love deep within us. Good evening, dear Miller. To continue the creamy metaphor, or the cheese metaphor, presents full of rich and creaminess. The rich and creamy presence. Okay, well... That's funny. Good night, dear Chloe. Laughter opens the heart. And thank you for the follow, dear Tara. Dear Brandon, you ask, what is my biggest goal for this year? To work on just one more thing about myself that I can improve in every day. Whether it be my laughter, my vulnerability, my resilience, my compassion. If I can chip away at the old block every day, I'm sure it will add up greatly. And by the end of the year, I can look back at all of that compounding interest and see how much it's grown. Thank you, 007. If any of you want to share your personal goals, I'd love to hear them too. Radhe, Radhe, dear Magdalene, Snuffleupagus Rangy. I would like to begin with a peace mantra. Typically, I begin with one from the start of the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad, but I have a very special one today that actually includes this one as a sub-prayer. Sky Guardian had sent it in for us because it's the prayer that his guru does at the beginning of New Year's, and I would love to recite it with you. It comes with a video, so we get to watch his guru chant it and chant along with some captions. And hello, dear Small, here to sleep again while I hope to make this a relaxing space for you. And thank you, dear Claire, for your heart, mate. Radhe, Radhe. I'd be happy to talk about that, dear Stray Kids Voices, in just a moment. Allow me to bring up the prayer to start our Sangha off with today. Allow me to turn down the lovely heart chakra music in the background so I can maximize this video. Oh, let me make sure. Yep, okay. You should be able to see it. Oh, he's covering my eyes. There, I'll go a little lower. Swamiji always has to be higher. So as I said, this was, you know what? I might as well record this. This comes from Sky Guardian, as I said, and it's the peace prayer that his guru, Swami Taratmanandaji, chants at the beginning of New Year's, and I'd love to chant it with you.
Sure. Right. Thank you. Good. Now, each year it's been a pleasure also to recite these Shanti mantras from the Vedas. I've joked in prior years that we have to chant these Shanti mantras every year until they work. Obviously, we have to chant more times because we still find too many terrible problems in the world. You know, the wars going on right now in Ukraine, in Gaza, and you may neglect Sudan. Think, these people already live in terrible poverty, and then you add civil war on top of that. Just terrible. Anyway, so we will pray for world peace, Shanti. Please listen and repeat. And as I'm chanting, be sure to read the translation and then repeat after me.
So yeah, as Swamiji said, he's going to read each part, and just to let you know, the parts are separated by the dandas, the vertical stick-looking things. So in a single line, we might repeat different parts, but after he chants the line, we try to follow according to the Sanskrit transliteration, which is the third in the list. You have the Devanagari, you have the translation, and then you have the IASD, the International Alphabet of Sanskrit Transliteration. Just try to hear and contemplate on the meaning too.
Om Shanno Mitra Sham Varunaha. Om Shanno Mitra Sham Varunaha. Shanno Bhavatvaryama. Shanno Bhavatvaryama. Shanna Hindro Brahaspatihi. Shanna Hindro Brahaspatihi. Shanno Vishnururuk Shanno Vishnurukramaha. Namo Brahmane. Namo Brahmane. Namaste Vayo. Namaste Vayo. Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi. Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi. Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma vadishyami. Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma vadishyami. Ritam vadishyami. Ritam vadishyami. Satyam vadishyami. Satyam vadishyami. Tanmamavatu. Tanmamavatu. Tadvaktaram avatu. Tadvaktaram avatu. Avatu mam. Avatu mam. Avatu vaktaram. Avatu vaktaram. Together. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. We'll chant this together. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karvavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Yaschandasam Rishabho Vishwarupaha. Om Yaschandasam Rishabho Vishwarupaha. Chandobhyo Dhyamratahat Sambabhuva. Chandobhyo Dhyamratahat Sambabhuva. Samendro Medhayaha Spranotu. Samendro Medhayaha Spranotu. Amritasya devadharano bhuyasam. Amritasya devadharano bhuyasam. Shariram me vicharshanam. Shariram me vicharshanam. Jehva me madhumattama. Jihva me madhumattama. Karnahabhyam bhuri vishruvam. Karnahabhyam bhuri vishruvam. Brahmana koshosi medhaya pihitaha. Brahmana koshosi medhaya pihitaha. Shrutam me gopaya. Shrutam me gopaya. Together. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Hapyayantu Mamangani. Om Hapyayantu Mamangani. Vak pranashchakshushrotram
Vak pranashchakshushrotram
atho balamindriyani cha sarvani atho balam indriyani cha sarvani sarvam brahmaupanishadam sarvam brahmaupanishadam maham brahma nirakuryam maham brahma nirakuryam mama brahma nirakarota Mama Brahma Nirakarod Anirakaranam Astvanirakaranam Me Hastu Anirakaranam Astvanirakaranam Me Hastu Taratmani Nirate Ya Upanishatsu Dharmas Ya Upanishatsu Dharmas Te Mayi Santu Te Mayi Santu Te Mayi Santu Te Mayi Santu Om Shanti 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 Om Vang Me Manasi Pratishtita Om Vang Me Manasi Pratishtita Mano Me Vachi Pratishtitam Mano Me Vachi Pratishtatam Aviravir Mahedhi Aviravir Mahedhi Vedasya Mahanihi Staha Vedasya Mahanihi Staha Shutam Me Ma Prahasihi Shutam Me Ma Prahasihi Anenadhitena Anenadhitena Ahoratran Sandadhami Ahoratran Sandadhami Ratam Vadishyami Ratam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Satyam Vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu Mam Avatu Mam Avatu Vaktaram Avatu Vaktaram Avatu Vaktaram Avatu Vaktaram Om Shanti 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 Om Bhadram No Apivataya Manaha Om Bhadram No Apivataya Manaha Om Shanti 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 Om Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Devaha Om Bhadram Karnebhih Shrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhir Yajatraha Bhadram Pashyemakshabhir Yajatraha Sthirarangaihi Tushtuvagam Sas tanubihi stirairangaihi tuštuvagam sastanubhihi vyashema devahitam yadayuhu vyashema devahitam yadayuhu swasti nahendro vruddhashravaha swasti na indro vruddhashravaha swasti na pusha vishwavedaha swasti na pusha vishwavedaha swasti nastarksyo arishtanemihi swasti nastarkshayo arishtanemihi swasti no prahaspatir dadhatu swasti no prahaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti 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 Om Dhyau Shantir Om Dhyau Shantir Antarikshagam Shanti Antarikshagam Shanti Prithvi Shantir Prithvi Shantir Apashantir Apashantir Oshadaya Shanti Oshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shantir Vanaspataya Shantir Vishwe Deva Shantir Vishwe Deva Shantir Brahma Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagam Shanti Sarvagam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi Sama Shantiredhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Very nice. That is the last of our Shanti mantras. Good. Oh. Is that good? All right. Are we doing on time? Okay, not bad. Good. Once again, Happy New Year to you all. Wonderful to have you all here to celebrate the beginning of the new year. Every year is.
Thank you, Sky Guardian, for clipping that for us. A wonderful Shanti prayer to start the new year. Thank you, everyone. Difficult Vedic mantra. Lots of very rare sounds in that. It was a good challenge for me too. Namaste. Sacred vibrations. I'm grateful that we could do that together. Totally okay if you had difficulty pronouncing the Vedic Sanskrit. I'm very impressed if you tried even. The participation is most important, and the meaning behind the words, of course. So I hope we all can be inspired by that with intentions for blessings of this new year ahead. This begins our Sangha today in our Shravana section dedicated to new experiences, listening. While we were chanting, there were some questions. There was a question before from Stray Kids Voices who asked if my parents are Buddhists or did I find Buddhism through self-discovery. my parents certainly inspired self-discovery. They are not anything in particular, but they always wanted me to find my own way of being. I know there is often a conflation between Buddhism and Hinduism, for example. Most of what we do here is based in Eastern philosophy in general, with a heavy reliance on Hinduism, but we do talk about Buddhism too, and all the religions around the world. They're all valid. Each one of them has the ability to take a person to the highest reaches of their own spirit, their own being, their own conscious awareness, to uncover the truth of their role in this world. And that certainly happened naturally for me over the course of many years of self-discovery. Thank you, dear Claire, for the 2025 that you sent, and the TikTok, the rose, the finger heart, the friendship necklace, the tiny, yippee, the ice cream cone, the flowers, the TikTok, the rose, the 2025, another finger heart, ice cream cone, and team power. Thank you. None of that is ever expected nor necessary, but I'm grateful for you. Om Bhurбhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om. Rasi, thank you for the heart me you sent as well. Hare Krishna. Another question was from Zainam, who was wondering on what we were doing. We were doing a Shanti mantra from the Vedas, very, very ancient scriptures that represent early revelations from India, from the Himalayas, to bless all of us in the new year, regardless of what tradition we follow. Now, dear Aaron, you had asked, what do I think of Ganesha? Ganesha is a wonderful form of the divine, symbolized with a youthful body and the head of an elephant, representing the simultaneity of wisdom and innocence, which is a beautiful contradiction, at least in many of our minds, because we feel like to be wise we have to lose our innocence and experience things that are incredibly upsetting, for example, or that if we are still innocent and youthful, then that means we have yet to gain any wisdom. But Ganesha is a beautiful icon of the harmony of these two aspects, and we prayed to Ganesha last night, or I should say early morning in New Year's, in the last live stream, as he is also revered as the remover of obstacles, as the embodiment of buddhi, intellect. It is through discernment that we navigate the difficulties in life. Dear Moonlight, hello. You ask, what if you have nothing in common with your family? You want to be, but you know you'll be rejected. Not all of you will be rejected. It is true that family may reject a part of us that's important. And it's important that we don't allow that rejection to get to us personally. They are trying to fit us into their worldview in the best that they know how. That is an expression of their understanding, and not an expression of you. But there's always common ground. For example, your family. That's something that you share in common. If you can find a way to connect at some overlap in your experience, then you can use that to grow into. But if there's boundaries that need to be set, there's always room for that too. Spiritual path is all about letting go. But that letting go doesn't have to include boundaries. No. Boundaries are absolutely essential for healthy relationships. So please set them wherever you need them to be. And don't reject yourself. Don't let the words of others be echoed in your own mind as if you were rejecting yourself by repeating them internally. To accept yourself truly means that no one else's rejection matters other than your own. As long as you do not reject yourself, that is most important. And if you can surround yourself with family that does love you and accept you for all you are, then wonderful. As Jesus said, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb, which means that the people that support your journey, you have more cohesion with than those who might call themselves family just because they're biologically related, but yet do not support you as though they were. I know, dear Crossfires, time slips through our hands like grains of sands. You're very welcome, dear Stray Kids Voices. I'm very grateful for my parents and their support and their freedom of expression. Is the color orange significant for a reason for Buddhists? Yes. In India, all around, it is tradition for sannyasis to wear orange as a sign of renunciation. It represents the fire of spiritual growth, most generally. Very auspicious color, representing the sun, representing fire, sunsets, sunrises, the letting go of the past and the embracing of new, to alchemize, to transform, to energize our experiences into pure, raw potential. Thank you, dear Claire. And thank you, Dar Isi, for your heart me. Om Namo Buddhaya. And thank you, dear Anna, for your heart me as well. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Dear Astrafilo, you have a question. What do I think about sexual transmutation? When we have the desire arise to engage in our sexual energies, there's really three things that you can do. The first is, well, of course, you can release that energy. If you have someone that you share a consensual and intimate bond with, if both parties are agreeing, and you can use that as a moment to create a beautiful moment, to create beauty, a wonderful connection. It's a lovely part of life. We can also repress the urge, but don't believe that that's the only alternative, because if you repress the urge, it'll just come back stronger later, right? If you bottle up anything, you just increase the pressure, and at one point it'll probably explode on you in some way. So there is a third option. If you don't want to express or repress the urge, then you can transmute it. And this is done by bringing that energy higher in your system, metaphorically, but also physically. The urge is very much associated with our organs of procreation. There's a feeling that corresponds there. If we can bring that feeling up, draw it up our spine as if it were, hold it in our heart, and the meaning that's associated there, it can be transmuted into something more, into love, into unconditional compassion. You can even bring it up higher, in between our eyebrows, transmute that energy into knowledge, into vision. very welcome, dear Claire. And thank you for another cheer you up, team bracelet, team power, rose, finger heart, 2025, trio of ice cream cones, a rose, a TikTok, and another 2025. You are very generous, dear Claire. Thank you. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Kyle, you share, your wife says you're getting overweight, but in your defense, you've had a lot on your plate lately. I can always count on you for brightening up this space. There's always alternatives to repressing our feelings, and repression is not the way to go on the spiritual path. All about the intention in our heart. Raise your vibrations. Channel it into love. Hello, the Versano family. Hello, dear Stormy Ariel. Hello, dear Anazek. Dear Starlight, wow, you share, your son, who is only 4, just saw me and said, why does his hair look like a lion's mane today? It does kind of look like a lion's mane today. Yeah. It has a mind of its own. Now, if only I could roar like a lion. But did you know that most cats, big and small, have a trade-off? Either they can roar or they can purr, but most cats that can purr can't roar, and most cats that can roar can't purr. So which one am I? I'm the kind that can purr. Thank you, Anazek, for your trio of 2025s. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Lovely to catch you here, dear Claire. Thank you for your wishes for a fantastic day or evening to us all. I love the laughter and joy we share here. You're all so unique. I'm doing well, dear Anazek. How are you? May you have a good night, dear Claire. The Bubbles, you share, you just started reading a book called The Lion's Roar of a Yogi Poet. I saw that you shared that in our Discord server, Rudraksha. I look forward, on behalf of you, for the journey you'll take in that story. I don't know if you can hear, but my dear little lion is roaring behind the door. Allow me to open it and say hello.
Hey Sandy, hello, come in. Welcome. Inside. Who's that? Oops, sorry. It's Sandy. Hi, Sandy. You're purring?
Can you purr into the microphone? Give some good vibrations.
Hi. Oh, I love you.
Thanks for the kiss.
Happy New Year, Sandy, says Magdalene. You are loved. Sandy is gloop master. You're a master of gloop, Sandy. People on the internet say hello. Thanks for saying hi. Here. Yeah.
I put a blanket down next to me. Let's see if Sandy will use it as a little bed. Maybe take a nap next to us. Maybe not. Dear Anazek, you share you're a little tired from last night, but fine. Yes, I imagine many of us stayed up quite late, myself included, for New Year's. I like that, Bubbles. The feline that purrs the universe into existence. The compliment of Rudra as the one who roars the universe into existence. I suppose you could consider Om to be like a purr. I suppose you can consider a purr to be like a little roar. Just a little roar of love. Very deep and low and breathy. One that doesn't scare you away, but scares all your own inner demons away. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your 2025 glasses. Om Kring Kali Gaye Namah. Dear Dob Darker, thank you for your heart, mate. Ram Ram. Dear Usha Priyaji, thank you for your 2025 glasses. A heart me and a finger heart. Here's one for you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Hi. Your tail's like a candy cane. Oh. Thank you, dear Hanazek, for another heart me from you. Radhe, Radhe. Oh good, Sandy's making biscuits on the blanket. Yeah, you can nap there. Dear Sky Guardian, you think it was the Shanti mantras that Sandy is at peace? Could very well be. Are you gonna lay on me? Just like Shadow did last week? I'm blessed. Neither of you do this. Yeah. Hello, buddy. Oh, I love you. Well, if you lay on me, then I gotta zoom out. You gotta be in frame. Love to have you in frame. You making biscuits on my leg? Oh, your claws are so sharp, and my skin's so weak, Sandy. I'm not made of fur like you. My pants are just an illusion of fur. I love you. Yes, I love you.
You're the best.
Sandy, you're matching the color scheme. You're orange. Does that make you a sannyasi? Are you a renunciate? Well, I guess you're not a householder, are you? When we have a moment, we'll continue with our Shravana. And I might have to wait until Sandy stopped making biscuits, or I'll have a hard time reading from the next section of Moksha, which I'd like to do with you all. Oh, your nails are so sharp. But you're a great hunter. They have to be. Dear Amanda, you ask if I live alone. Well, Sandy's right here. How can I be alone when there's a being like him right next to me? You trying to eat my headphones? You can't eat those. I live with my mother and my sister, both of whom are out right now, so the cats are feeling pretty lonely. Trying to get comfy? I know, I'm so bony. I don't have nice, thick, juicy thighs for you to let rest on. I'm all skin and bones like you, Sandy. But if I ate more, yeah. Oh, now you're making biscuits on my arm. That's even more of a sensitive place. You're really testing your grip strength, aren't you? And the tensile integrity of my skin. I love you, Mr. Beans. No, you don't eat the headphones. You spit that out, mister. Sandy isn't going to let Shadow have a cameo time. It seems just Shadow have cameo time. No, we gotta balance out the cameo time, it seems. Actually, Sandy and Shadow are brothers that came from the same womb at the same time. They were womb mates. But they have different fathers. Amazing thing about cats. You can be twins even if you have different fathers. No, hey, Mr. Beans. What's a substitute? How about this? You can play with this string from this manjira. What about this string? Yeah. Now you're willing to... Come on. You can't have both. Pick one. Or you can have this string. There. Business. Hello, dear Alyssa. The funny thing about Sandy is I'm not actually sure about his gender. He's apparently a dude. But you know what? He's the most feminine dude I've ever seen, and I can't find his manhood, if you know what I mean. I've been unable to successfully locate the few times that I've looked. I think Sandy is non-binary, to be completely honest with you. Sandy's a they. But his brother is very much a brother. Testing. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Good evening, dear Robbie. Happy 2025. Yes, this microphone is connected to my my software that helps process my voice, remove noise, for example. And it's a donationware, which means that there's a free version and a paid version. I have the free version, which means that every time it disconnects, I have to wait 60 seconds for it to return. Usually it's not a problem because I can do that just before I go live. But if a little gloop master chomps on my microphone cable and disconnects it, then there might be some technical difficulties. Hello, $. Dear Amanda, you ask, am I binary? Am I made up of ones and zeros? We all have the one, that is the feminine within us, and we all have the none, which is the masculine within us. To be a complete human being, we must balance these two forces. Dear money sign, you ask, what do I think of Sadhguru? I have a lot of respect and admiration for Sadhguru, and I've learned many things from his teachings. Happy New Year, dear Maria. Do I have a feminine side? We all do. Our bodies, they have come from our father, our mother. Every part of this body, where did it come from? Mother or father? Came from mother. Where did mother get her nutrients to produce this body? Did she get it from Father Earth? No, she got it from Mother Earth. Did she get it from Father Nature? No, from Mother Nature. This is a beautiful definition of the feminine in the East. How do we know if something is masculine or feminine? All we have to do is ask. Is it part of the universe? If so, then it's feminine, because the whole universe is the creatrix herself. But the consciousness that pervades it, that is the Father, the Holy Spirit. So we are all feminine in matter, but masculine in spirit. For there is no such thing as masculine energy. There is only energy, and all energy is feminine. And there is no feminine spirit. There is only spirit, and all spirit is masculine. Purusha and Prakriti, consciousness and nature. Thank you, Maria, for your heart mate. Hello, dear Katpo. This duality of existence is a cosmic tango, a love that spans all of us. Both energy and consciousness flows within and as us. But it transcends labels. And as a whole, it is all one. Now, I would like to read from another section of Moksha for our Shravana today. Moksha is a wonderful book by Tara Lamont on a woman's journey to self-discovery and freedom from suffering. We're almost done this book now. Not many pages left. So we'll be beginning a new book very soon. Our protagonist had come into the company of a little baby named Ganesha. And she is not Ganesha's biological mother, but she has basically become Ganesha's mother because Ganesha's parents have seemed to have unfortunately washed away in a flood. How many pages remain? Asks G. Well, we're on page 213, and the final page is 242 or 241. So if you do the math, that's about 28 pages, right? Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. So I look forward to our new book, but I have very much been enjoying this book so far, and I'll be sad to finish reading it. But we will have a surprise, maybe or maybe not. We will do an interview with the author. Let's continue where we left off. May this reading relax your mind and awaken your heart. I hid the roll of notes and the necklace under my mattress. Why did he come when I was out? Miss Nandi wailed when I mentioned Hari's brief visit. He couldn't have known you'd be out, I reasoned. He knows, she said with actual tears glistening on her cheeks. Why couldn't he wait for me? Did he not wish to see me? He seemed in a hurry, Maybe he had a plane to catch. He's quite busy saving the world. Maybe I did something and he is angry with me, she moaned and took her to bed. When she did not emerge the following morning at her usual time, I thought I would mollify her by asking her to teach me something. I took her tea tray into her bedroom, Sanctus Sanctorum, and switched on her bedside lamp with its embroidered shade and beaded tassels. She was a still figure under a satin patchwork quilt, high on the four-poster, as if lying in state. She had a ruffled gingham, I haven't heard of this, a gingham nightcap, and from what I could see, a matching nightdress with ruffled sleeves and neckline. Queen Victoria herself, or perhaps Mrs. Bumble, the Beadle's wife in Oliver Twist. She stirred. Ganesha? She asked. School, I said, referring to the kindergarten across the street. I need your advice, I said. Drink your tea first. She raised herself up, pulled the quilt to her neck and reached for the tea. What is it? She asked. I lowered myself to the floor and sat cross-legged. She peered over the edge. Please teach me how to meditate. She drank the tea, set the cup down and lay back, probably saw through my ploy. She was not going to get up. In any case, it was time for me to open up the shop, and I hadn't dusted the shelves yet. Get up and sit on the bed, she said. I have to be able to see you. She shifted a little, and I clambered up and sat cross-legged and straight-backed at her feet. She threw a small satin cushion at me. Be comfortable. Stretch out your legs. Support your back. She removed her frilly nightcap and tucked it under a pillow. Did she have the nightcap tailored? And the matching nightdress? My mind flits about, I said, as I placed the cushion against my lower back and stretched out. I try to focus, but too much has happened. I'm all over the place. Should I meditate? Can you teach me? Concentration must be there before tackling meditation, she said. This is a very good point that Miss Nandi is pointing out. Before dhyana, there's dharana. Dhyana means meditation in Sanskrit, and dharana means concentration. That in Ashtanga Yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga, before you tackle Dhyana Yoga, the yoga of meditation, you should try to tackle Dharana Yoga, the yoga of concentration. How do I begin? I asked. Ekagraha, one-pointedness, she said. You can use an object, a flower, a candle flame. I need something portable that I can take with me to the market or while I'm working. Then take a mantra, she said. Om, I suggested. Too short. Mind needs something solid to latch onto, otherwise mind will slip away. Minimum is Om plus 5 syllables. Try Om Namah Shivaya. And bonus for you, no aspirated letters, easy to pronounce. Chant. There is a story. A hunter is stalking a deer. When he realizes that he is himself being stalked by a tiger, just like you, Sandy, right? You're a big tiger. Let me zoom out. Yeah, and I'm your prey. You got me trapped. Frightened, the hunter runs up a tree. but the tiger lies low in the tall grass and watches and waits. The hunter, in fear of his life, stays up in the tree all night and in frustration plucks at the leaves of the tree. Neither hunter nor tiger are aware that an ancient stone linga lay at the base of the tree, covered with dried leaves, mud, and debris. Both are also unaware that the tree itself is a bilva tree with trifoliate leaves cherished by the three-eyed Lord, Shiva. Through the long cold night, the hunter himself keeps awake by plucking the bilva leaves that float down on top of the stone linga. The tiger remains vigilant, its steady gaze focused on the leaves as they fall. As morning dawns, both the hunter and the tiger are hungry and exhausted, but neither will move. Suddenly, Lord Shiva appears. He is pleased with their inadvertent worship of the linga and grants the two moksha right there and then. I protested at this deus ex machina. You once said that meditation cannot bring about moksha, but here Lord Shiva conveniently shows up. That is the storyteller, Miss Nandi says. If he puts Lord Shiva in the picture, he knows people will come running. But that is not the point of the story. What is being shown is ekagraha, one-pointedness, concentration, all thought focused on one point. The mantra will clear the mind, disinfect the mind. Only after that can meditation begin. Now go, do your work. Remember, ekagraha, Om Namah Shivaya, continuously. I practiced ekagraha morning, noon, and night, a simple and effective practice that kept me from inevitable ruminations into the past. In a few weeks, Miss Nandi deemed me ready to tackle meditation. This meditation, she said, is given in the first section of the Taittiriya Upanishad. It uses grammar, specifically the dvandva compound that joins words separated by a conjunction, so common in Sanskrit. We have studied many. Now sit back, relax, and be comfortable. Breathe in and out 10 times. I did. Now, create an image of your mother. My mother, pale, blonde, quiet, sensitive. Now of your father, gruff, kind, decent. Focus on their joining, their conjunction, their copulation. You, the result of their copulation. What? Their copulation, I laughed. Why not? You are their progeny, is that not so? Why should their procreation be a source of merriment? I'm incapable of thinking of my parents copulating, let alone meditate on it. She took a deep breath, then exhaled. All right. We will try something easier. Visualize the earth and the heavens and the space in between. Focus your mind on space. I closed my eyes, and an image of my mother appeared, and then my father. And there I was between them, nurtured, nourished, cared for, beautiful, vain, thoughtless. I reviewed my life, beginning with my earliest memories. Rainbows, princesses, ponies, fairy tales, starry Christmas nights, cookies for Santa. The second decade, Miss Popularity, flag bearer of the in crowd, prom queen, smart and beautiful. The third decade, Yale, literature, Rory. The fourth decade, disease, death, suffering, survival, work, without agency, without expectations. I project into the future. There is no future. Thus we end this chapter, which is, what, the 16th chapter? If I remember correctly, that's right. But not quite our reading, as here is the layer of the story that takes place at the level of the divine. Hari, Lord Vishnu, and his consort Padma, goddess Mahalakshmi, were breakfasting in the conservatory of their villa in one of the fashionable suburbs of Delhi. Hari opened up the morning paper to take in the headlines. Padma, after instructing the maid to bring in fresh coffee, picked up the hefty Gerhardt Industries annual report and scanned the financials. "We're in the wrong business," she said. "They're making a gross margin of 40%. You must give them credit for excellent strategic thinking." "If all you want is money," her husband opined sagely, "life gets very simple." He put the paper down. "Ganesha has come," he said. His wife looked up and smiled. Birds flew to the sky shrieking. Oceans stirred. 1,000 suns, 1,000 moons, 1,000 stars. A universe sparkled into life somewhere. "How is he?" she asked. "Chubby, happy, knows all." "And she? Does she know him?" "No." "We can begin," she said. That concludes our reading of Moksha Liberation. Thank you very much for listening. And thank you as well, dear Sandy. You made a cameo as a tiger. I look forward to concluding this book with you soon. Namaste. If anyone ever wants to catch up on this book, you are always welcome to check out the recordings on my Yamsox live YouTube channel. All the readings that we do are there, like a free audiobook experience, with permission from the author. A cameo. That's hilarious, Donsuela. I love that. Let us transition from our Shravana to our Manana now. Boing. Here we are. We do have another part of Shravana prepared, which is a show and tell from the Only S, aka Stevie G. But he wanted to wait until he was also present for us to listen to the song together. If any of you have any insights from our reading, you're more than welcome to share. Otherwise, we can turn our attention to anything in our hearts and minds. Welcome everyone who joined while we were reading too. Happy Kitty and Sleepy Kitty. do have a question of the day for you all, if you are interested in exploring it together with me. Today I wonder, what unique possibility do you celebrate for yourself this year? I'd love to know. Dear Plant Dreams, you ask, do I love traveling? I love traveling, but I have yet to do it in this lifetime. My heart travels the cultures of the world. My body just has yet to catch up. Dear Narlin, you share you're going to publish your first book of poetry. I love that for you, and I believe in you. Poetry is a wonderful form of processing our experiences and bringing wonder into the world. Deanna, you share that kitties are always sleeping until we go to bed, and that's when the fun begins. My kitties have been so sleepy lately. Sandy slept with me all night. Now he's sleeping now again. You must have been dreaming a lot of work in the astral realm. Dear Merle, you share healing bugs, a new gift you have found. I love that. I love empathy for our little insect friends. Deanna, you thrive in 2025. Oh, I like your rhyme. And complete your metaphysical studies. There is always more to study, for the metaphysical realm is as vast and infinite as we are. But may you complete significant milestones in your eternal journey this year. No, I have not heard of analytical idealism. But I'd be happy to explore the topic with you. If a suitable description can fit within a TikTok comment, which is no easy task, that's for sure. Dear Isabella, you share that you plan to just celebrate being alive and trying to accomplish what comes next in life. I love that. The favorite feminine, you ask, do I read fiction? The only thing I read is to you. I've always been one that has felt like reading is a collaborative effort between two people. If someone reads to me, I'll happily listen. If someone before me allows me to read to them, I'll happily read to them. But in the privacy of my own company, I read what is written within my own heart, and that fulfills me. Analytical idealism is a theory of the nature of reality that maintains that the universe is experiential in essence. I love that. I see the truth in that. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Deanna, no plateau, always expansion. And thank you, dear Johnny, for sharing the live. To have an experience, one requires something to experience. We might call that the universe. But we also require an experiencer, a reference point, a subject. That is the consciousness. Dear Lazulai Lake, you share, there's a lot of change going in your current work, in your part-time job. Hopefully a new opportunity comes to you. I have faith, an opportunity shall come for you. Dear Merle, you ask, what's my opinion on Samadhi? Samadhi is the 8th limb of the Ashtanga yogic system. Comes after many other yogic limbs that are necessary foundations for Samadhi to take place. Samadhi being that Sanskrit word that refers to the union between the subject and the object of our experience. Whatever you meditate upon, there is the chance of achieving a state of yoga, union with it. And in Samadhi, the difference between you and that which you meditate upon becomes negligible. If you meditate on breath, at some point you feel yourself as breath. If you meditate on fire, at some point you feel yourself as fire. You meditate on emptiness, eventually you feel yourself as emptiness. There are many different kinds of Samadhi depending on our object of meditation. The highest of which being either Nirvikalpa Samadhi or Savikalpa Samadhi. And that's when you meditate on nothing or everything, and you achieve a sense of unified self with nothingness, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, or everythingness, Savikalpa Samadhi. Each meditation is a unique experience. Dear Pig, you share that Bernardo Kastrup talks about analytical idealism analogous to dreams. The universe is the big mind dreaming up everything. And every person is a disassociational, well, that's a great word, localization of consciousness. I love that. Very much in theme with what the ancient Rishis taught in the Vedas, that there is a universal consciousness we call as Brahman, but the individual consciousness we call as Atman is just a localization of that universal consciousness, like a wave in an ocean, and both the ocean and the wave are of the same essence. Happy New Year, dear Sakura. Donsuela, you share there are many unfamiliar opportunities coming your way this year. You celebrate their lessons. I celebrate them with you too. Sakura, you share you're in Las Vegas. What does Las Vegas mean in Spanish? I wonder. What is Vegas? The favorite feminine, you ask, what unique possibility do I celebrate for myself this year? I celebrate the possibility of being a better servant of you all. Namaste, dear Russell. The second Schrödinger equation, Atman equals Brahman. Las Vegas means the meadows. Thank you, Radiant Roots. I love that. The meadows. You're in the meadows. Well, may you complement the outer meadows with the inner meadows. May you find that sanctuary within. Dear little black muse, you ask, does my shirt say, let that shit go? It does. A quote from the Buddha. And it's okay because the Buddha taught his disciples to use the language of the people. As the people, we like to use these terms. That's fine. Dear Lorm, you're wondering, is the live ending or starting? Well, it's both. In each moment, something new begins and another aspect ends. We are both still in the process of birth as we are in the process of death. We're a good 30 minutes. No, that's not true. I had to restart the live because someone chewed on a cable and glitched out my computer for a moment. So I don't actually know how long we've been live. Probably more than an hour, maybe an hour and a half by now. Dear Moral, you ask, do I meditate? I could always meditate more. But as far as dhyana yoga goes, I'm still practicing earlier limbs in Patanjali's yoga system. In fact, I'm still trying to master the first aspect of the first yoga, the aspect of ahimsa, least harm, the first yama of yama yoga. The whole journey expands from ahimsa Dear Roxy, you share the possibility to free yourself from anxiety, understand what it's trying to teach you, and grow from it. Beautiful. Hola, dear Orla. Oli, dear Orla. Happy New Year. Dear Enzo, you ask, what does existence look like from a human perspective, not living in a survival state? Oh, I love that question, dear Enzo. When we are not in a survival state, when we're not trying to protect the precious things in life, then we use them. Instead of trying to hide away all of our riches, we bring them out to the surface, express them, take advantage of them. We see our vulnerability as a sensitivity to life, the universe, and everything. We see our deep emotions not as a weakness, but a vibrant expression of the life we've lived thus far. Each moment becomes a giving rather than a hiding. We bring out our divine feminine, Shakti, she who dances, she who sings, she who nurtures, she who plays, free to be herself, without a care in the world. I hope that we all have at least one memory that we can look back on. maybe in childhood, maybe in later life, where we got a chance to just express ourselves and we had forgotten to be protective. And in that moment, we didn't need to be. We lost ourselves in a divine pastime, celebrating life rather than being terrified of it. I love that, Deanna. Transparency into our own consciousness. Meditate and receive the gifts. Beautiful. Express the treasures. Don't hide them. Honor your vulnerability as a sensitivity. Celebrate your emotions as vibrant expressions. Embrace the divine feminine and reflect on cherished memories. Om Haum Jum Saha Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushti Vardhanam Urvarukam Iva Bandhanan Mrityor Mukshya Mamritat Om Swaha Bhuvaha Bhuhu Om Saha Jum Haum Om. Deanna, you share that both of your parents are now gone. You honor the beautiful memories that they provided for you as a child. I'm happy that you honor these memories. They are your gateway into connecting with them now, just as you did then. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Mars, you share your sister is still in the hospital and she's not waking up. Is there anything you can do spiritually for her, not yourself? A beautiful question, dear Mars, from a selfless part of you that cares so deeply for others in your life. You are willing to sacrifice your own needs for a life that's possible for your sister to live. I'm sorry to hear of this challenge that you, your sister, and your family is facing. I'm grateful that she's being taken care of in the hospital. That is one thing, at least. She is fully awake, just not physically. She roams the astral realm, trying to find some part of herself that she can take with her into the physical. We can pray that her dreams continue, that she look deep within herself to find whatever she needs to find in order to move on. Incidentally, the best thing you can do for her is make yourself into a peaceful abode for her to move back into, either in spirit, in the case that she departs from her body, or in terms of connecting again with someone that can ground her in waking life, physical world. If you create for yourself an openness for all the journeys you still have to embark on together, that may be just the space needed for her to wake up into. Cultivate peace within yourself, room to hold her love. Celebrate the journey you've had together. And pray for her inner journey. Deanna, you share that you witnessed many such beautiful paranormal undertakings when your parents passed out of this realm. Those on the threshold between this life and the next, they are the most spiritually connected out of any of us. They are the gateways for miracles and blessings. So much happens if you make room for their higher self. Ironically, though you may look down on her in the hospital bed, wondering about how you can take care of her, I am certain that she is having an out-of-body experience right now, looking down on you, wondering how she can make you feel better during this time, as her spirit is free from the limitations of the body in this moment. Be a peaceful refuge for her. Embrace her as a spiritual connection, a threshold. Cultivate that space through meditation, through prayer, for miracles to manifest. Honor the journey of her higher self, and know that she cares for you just as you care for her. May we celebrate the freedom of her spirit. May that spirit roam wherever it wants to the next world or back into this one. Either way, I trust she will go where she is needed most in the universe. And many prayers and wishes for blessings for you, dear R.E.C., dear Derek, and your father. Thank you, Code Man, for the heart being tiny that you had sent. Happy New Year! Lorem, you ask, can one truly exist without the need for others' presence, or is such solitude unnatural? Beautiful question, dear Lorem. If we look deep within our own existence, we find that we must share presence with others, because we are all part of the same existence. Speaking of connections, another cat is meowing at my door. One moment. Dear Shadow Bear, come in, come join the party. Your brother's here. Sandy. And who's that? The other of the bears. The beans and the bears. Shadow beans and shadow bears. Sandy beans and shadow bears. I'm mixing all your names up. How are you? Are you feeling lonely? Well, welcome. I love you. Many people on the internet love you too. Oh, I think he's gotten his brother. Oh, they're kissing. I think Shadow needed Sandy, so Sandy jumped down. Let me open the door for both of them again. You know what? I just realized I don't have to keep my door shut because only the cats and me are the only ones home today, so I can keep my door open without disturbing my family. Thank you, dear Roxy, for your friendship necklace. Om Tham Namaschandraya. Dear Medium Rare, you celebrate that the cat distribution system will turn in your favor this year. I love the cat distribution system. We got a shadow cameo at 11:11 for you, dear Azura. How beautiful. For those in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, probably. May we open our doors of our hearts for cats. I love how loved cats are. And welcome, dear Cardo. I hope you are feeling as well as you can be in this moment. I cherish the community we have here. And everyone is welcome to come and go as they please. There is a playful spirit abound. I sense that this new year shall be very light in many ways. Dear Orla, you so cherish the fluidity of this space and my open loving patience. Thank you, dear Orla. It's taken a lot of work to become as patient as I am, and I have a long way to go still. That's for sure. Dear Donsuela, you totally fell asleep during the live last night. Oh, that's okay. Of course, you're always welcome to. And a hard-working mother like you deserves rest whenever you can get it. Ashley, you sure hope so, as you need lightness this year. Ashley, your year is going to be so light that even a feather would weigh you down in comparison. Dear Andy, you ask, do I have a possibility for myself in 2025? One possibility I see is learning more Sanskrit. I can never learn enough Sanskrit. But that is just one of endless possibilities. Medium Rare, you feel as though there is a small steam-powered train running around in your head. There is. It's called the Mental Express. AKA the mind. Dear Azura, you share the unique possibility is finally settling in your own home. I love that for you. I see that as a possibility for you too. Dear Kira, hello. You share you're doing your PhD and feel really stuck and confused and don't know what to do after. Sounds like a typical PhD experience. You're not alone in that by any means. You don't have to worry about anything that you're not working on right now. Your goal is to do your best at what you have available, and I trust that possibilities and opportunities will open up for you. Just focus on what is available for you now, and the future will open up for you effortlessly. Ryan, you ask, why do I like Sanskrit so much? It fulfills so many needs within my unique personality. I love mathematical structures, and Sanskrit is absolutely a mathematical structure. I love etymology and ancient languages, and so many words take their origin in Sanskrit. Being an ancient language, it connects us to the past. It's so spiritual. And I love a language like that. Each sound of Sanskrit has a spiritual meaning. Just by chanting it is a spiritual practice. It's difficult to say that for a language like English. The more you speak English, the more you probably drive yourself crazy because of how many exceptions there are in English. But in Sanskrit, for example, the language is so mystical that even speaking in Sanskrit is a spiritual practice to connect you with deeper aspects of yourself. You're always welcome, dear Ryan. Welcome, dear Kate. Happy to relate with you in the experiences of synchronicities. I think etymology connects us to wisdom, understanding how words change in their meaning. The roots deepen our spirituality. Chanting transforms language into a practice like meditation. So mystical. And the words that we use shape our journey. Lauren, you share, you are always falling asleep to my voice, or someone named Physiki. I'll have to look into who this person is. I'm glad to share a relaxing voice with them. Or physicist Brian C's video. Oh, I do know who you're talking about. Yeah, I love Brian C. Yeah. He's such a kindred spirit with a deep admiration for the universe. Of course, dear Kara. Hello, dear Lala Michelle. Dear Andy, you share the Swamis are always given a Sanskrit name for their growth. And it's beautiful that their names end in bliss. Ananda, Swami Shivananda, the bliss of the auspicious one. Swami Tadatmananda, the bliss of that true self. Swami Sahajananda, the bliss of organic nature, natural bliss. Swami Satchitananda, the bliss of truth of consciousness. You follow Swami Shivananda, dear Andy. I really like his teachings on Brahmacharya. There's another Swami Shivananda who's still alive today, and he's 128 years old. And it's incredible. He still does his asanas, even the postures that keep him standing upside down. They say you're only as old as your spine. Dear, my favorite vitamin, you ask, have I heard of hylozoism? No, I have not. But I'd love to learn about it from you. If I was a Swami, I'd be Swami Yamananda. The bliss of sweet potatoes. Not to be confused with Yamananda, the bliss of death. Or Yamananda, the bliss of conduct. Or Yang Ananda, the bliss of the heart chakra mantra. Yamantaka. You'll have to tell me what that one means. I know Anta means death. Ka can turn it into of. The end of death. Maybe. Possibly. That's one morphological analysis. Dear Narlin, you ask, did I make a Discord? I have made a Discord server called Hridayakasha, the space of the heart. You're welcome to join. If you look at the link tree in my bio, there's a Discord icon at the top. If you click on that, you'll receive an invitation. Dear Stevie G, you're here. We get to listen to your show and tell. But you share, you don't know what the question of the day means. What unique possibility do you celebrate for yourself this year? Maybe I can rephrase. This year is going to be full of possibilities for you. Which one of those possibilities do you celebrate already? Just the fact that something is going to be made possible for you this year. You celebrate that. What is that? Dear Lorem, you ask, what experience has shaped me into who I am today, like a moment of awakening in my journey? Every moment shapes us into who we are today, each of them adding to the last. But to be fair, some of them are a lot more transformative than others. For example, ordering a Subway sandwich probably isn't going to leave a lasting impression as a revelation we might have in meditation. For example. Who knows? Maybe you have that interaction at Subway, and while you're putting everything on your sandwich, you ask for one with everything, and then you realize that you're already one with everything. And you give $20 for a $15 sandwich, and you're waiting for your change. And so you ask, where's the change? And the Subway sandwich artisan says, change happens from within. And then that moment shapes the rest of your life. I don't know. My dad told me that joke recently. One particular moment that was very transformative last year was, or was it even 2 years ago now? It was just over a year ago, just before New Year's of 2024. I was crying. I was crying over heartbreak. And at some point I felt guilty because I realized that a part of me was still peaceful, even though I was devastated. And I felt guilty, and I wanted that part of peace to leave me. The part of me that was peaceful to leave me. I felt like I had wronged this person. And so I prayed that any peace remaining in me would be given to her instead. But the more I prayed for the remaining peace within me to leave, the more it grew. And it's funny because we pray for so long in our life to have peace, and we get less and less seemingly. But then the moment I prayed for less peace, I got more. When you want it, you can't have it. When you don't want it, you can't escape it. You have to not want to be happy, and then infinite happiness comes. Dear Mama JJ, you share, you went to Discord, but you don't understand how it works. I guess you could Google it. That's okay. Think of it like a really fancy group chat where you can text many people in different places. You can text them in a part of the group chat that's dedicated to sharing things that you love with each other. Or you can text them in a part of the group chat that's dedicated to sharing pictures of animals. Or you could text people in a part of the group chat dedicated to learning about yoga, for example. There's tons of different parts of a group chat, and they all come together, and they have different abilities. Some parts you can play with different activities and apps together, like a whiteboard you can draw together. Some parts are a voice chat, you can talk together. Some parts are like a resource that you can see links that connect you with places for you to learn new things. Kind of like a cross between a website and a group chat. But you're expecting to be a grandmother in June. How lovely is that? You are ascending in your motherhood. Oh, I love that for you. Kira, you celebrate completing 3 articles this year. I love that for you. Dear Valley Wings, you share you are going on a first date with a dreamy woman on Friday, so you celebrate that possibility. I love that for you too. Dear Acid Raindrops, you're wondering if I have any advice for someone going through DV. You'll have to tell me what DV stands for. I'm afraid I don't know off the top of my head what this acronym stands for. Dear Scoopa, you share, not really unique, but you're excited to learn and grow. Oh, that's okay. I am sure the ways in which you will learn and grow will be unique for you. Stevie G, you celebrate finishing and uploading a bunch of more songs. And you celebrate being able to go to the gym. And I love to be able to share your music. And I look forward to doing that momentarily. And did I thank you, Roxy, for the friendship necklace you had sent? Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namah. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Oh, it's not too late for show and tell, dear Stevie G. I'm sorry, dear Lala Michelle. Whenever a loved one passes away before us, remember that if that love was shared between the both of you, then just as you are grieving for their loss, they would have grieved for yours. So in a way, you have blessed them by staying in their life until the end, by freeing them from having to grieve over losing you. For as long as they were alive, in their body, in their mind, that there was never a moment without you being part of the same world as them. Think of that as a gift to them, that just by being alive now, you offer. And may that empower your feelings and validate them. Dear Oscar, you're wondering if I post my live streams anywhere. I post all of my live streams to Yamsox Live's YouTube. You can find thousands of hours there, hundreds of live streams by now over the past year. Dear Samra, you're excited to homestead when you moved from the city, scared and excited but thankful for the change. I love how close excitement is to anxiety. If you can transmute that anxiety into pure excitement, that'll serve you well. Dear Tom, terrific, you plan on continuing celebrating sobriety and finding joy in the world rather than the bottle. That is powerful, profound, and poetic, dear Tom. Thank you for sharing that. DV stands for domestic violence. Thank you for telling me. Let me go back to the question to see how that fits in. Someone going through domestic violence, I see. Please do not feel like you have any responsibility to be in a place where you're being abused. Stand up for yourself and leave that situation immediately. If you're holding on to hope that they'll change, then you're holding on to an idea that you have of them, and the person that you fell in love with perhaps is not the person that's with you today. This is in the case of a partner. Your responsibility when being taken advantage of in that way is not to turn the other cheek. You are to escape that situation because you have a responsibility not only to take care of your body, your mind, but also to show other people in your life that it's possible to escape these things. And you wouldn't want the people that look up to you to see it as an acceptable thing to go through themselves. And it's not healthy for the person that's being abusive because they're better than that. They shouldn't depend on such unhealthy coping mechanisms to express their unprocessed trauma. They shouldn't have to depend on you for these things that they need to seek professionally or within themselves. So for everyone involved, it's best to leave that situation. Give the grace of space for each individual to grow. You must prioritize your well-being. Lead by example. Break the cycle of abuse. Encourage healing for everyone involved. You deserve healthy relationships. And yes, you're welcome to share some of your songs, dear Valley Wings, of course. While I was scrolling up, I realized there was some questions that I didn't see. Kira, you had asked if I get revelations while meditating. Oftenly. Well, it's not often that I meditate in the traditional sense, but yes, every meditation comes with a revelation. Sometimes you just have to meditate on the thing that came to you, no matter how small it may be, just a flash of a memory, and there's wisdom to be found there. Bailey, you see the unique possibility of a healthy baby boy in May and a roomy home for your growing family. I love that for you. Dear Scoopa, you're wondering if I use gel in my hair? No. No, I don't. Happy New Year, dear Leona. Krista, you will celebrate a possibility of play, creating art and music and poetry. Hypergen, you celebrate new journeys. I love that. And Stevie G, you celebrate receiving a Bhagavad Gita English book because of a special miracle. I love it when that happens. Deanna, you share you relocated to take care of your father in the last 18 months on this earth, and you will never regret that. I'm so happy for you. Dear Oscar, you share that your granddad passed away and you feel like you didn't spend enough time with him. Well, you will continue to spend more time with him if you make yourself available in other ways. The story continues. Your relationship will evolve. Cherish the time that you had. There is always more love to express. Find the ways to deliver and receive that love from beyond the physical. No, I have not listened or seen that episode, dear Narlin. Dear Mama JJ, can I please tell you about the beads I have? These are Rudraksha beads. They're seed stones from a very sacred tree that came from the Himalayas. They're considered holy. They're named after Shiva's tears. One of the names for Shiva, the auspicious one, is Rudra. A name for eye in Sanskrit is Aksha. So Rudraksha, the name of these beads, means from the tears, from the eyes of Shiva, Shiva's tears. It is said that when Shiva meditates, there is no sign of life except for a constant stream of tears that flows from his eyes. The exalted state of ecstasy. And when the first tears rolled off his cheeks, they implanted themselves in the fertile soils of the Himalayas, forming the Rudraksha trees, which grow these fruit, and from them we get their seeds. They're part of this mala, which, as all malas are, used to fidget with as a yogi. Especially while you meditate. It can help you keep track of meditation. It's a yogic technology. These are the tears of the divine. They are soaked in ecstasy. They help us focus while meditating, such as many other yogic technologies like asanas and mudras. Helps you connect with the essence of Shiva, the auspicious one. It's important to use symbolism in our spiritual practice. Just Alex, you share, this year you will be unapologetically you and surround yourself with those who know you. I see you. Dear Kira, you're wondering what the melody playing in the background is. It's so soothing. We're listening to heart chakra healing with hung drum, or hang drum I guess, plus rain music from the Meditative Mind YouTube channel. Dear Valley Wings, you think for the Sangha, Gratitude's Breath, last track of the album, stream anywhere. Thank you. If you could go to the submission form in the link tree in the bio and put it there, I'd be very grateful to listen to it next time. Today we have, if I go back in time, a song from the only S that I'd like to listen with you for show and tell. Dear Stevie G, you had written for this one that this is a song you had made with another spiritual friend, and you had very fun with this. I'm glad you had very fun with this. Part of it was a freestyle, and the rest of it was lyrically written. The part that was freestyled was the first part, aka the Om Namah Shivaya fun part. I hope you all enjoy. It is released on all platforms, and my name on all platforms is the only S, period included. And I want to share this because I love Shiva so much. And two, this spiritual community would love and accept this. So this is Om Namah Shivaya featuring Chronosonic. I like that name. Let me turn down our beautiful heart chakra music so we can hear your song, dear Stevie G. I'm going to warn you all now. Its bass line might just rock your world.
Hey, what's up, my guy? I am so very high on this mystery called life. Om Namah Shivaya, yeah. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, yeah. Om Namah Shivaya. I bow down to the divine, aura as blue as the sky. All the goodness I let shine, but no more hiding any sides. No, you need both wings to fly. So you think you can just tell me what to do and how to be? That's not how it works. Sorry, unbound from chains, living freely. So I walk how I talk, moving through life, ignoring all of the squawks, preparing to die like a pleasant God, flowfully passing through all of the thoughts. I'm still figuring out who I am. I found out I can truly dance, uncovering my voice, taking a stand. I got an angel heart with demon hands. So you think you can just tell me what to do and how to be? That's not how it works. Sorry, unbound from chains, living freely. So I walk how I talk, moving through life, ignoring all of the squawks, preparing to die like a pleasant God, flowfully passing through all of the thoughts.
Delicious. I like that a lot. Thank you, Stevie G, for sharing that. Shiva definitely would approve. If Shiva had a favorite instrument, it would definitely be... Oh, you know what? He does have a favorite instrument. What am I thinking? His favorite instrument is the Tandava, the drum. Shiva loves rhythm. That song has a lot of rhythm. I like that. Om Namah Shivaya. Salutations to the auspicious one. Thank you for sharing that as always, dear Stevie G. Thank you for listening, everyone. And if anyone ever wants to share something of their own, do check out the submission form in the link tree in the bio. Happy to see all the love for it and DVG's wonderful expression being honored, received. That's funny, girly pop. Anazek, you had shared. Let me go back. I can do that, dear Jen. For the question of the day, dear Anazek, you had shared. Let me scroll back up. Up. The possibility that most things that bother you and don't suit you, you can always XS. I think there might be a bit of a language barrier, dear Anazek, but of all the things that bother you and don't suit you, you can always swap out with something different. Dear Anna, you celebrate the possibility of creating another mala this year. I love that for you. Indeed. I love malas. Thank you, John Simon, for the heart me you sent a few minutes ago. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Tan Hao Yu, thank you for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. And Anazek, thank you for your friendship necklace. Hare Krishna. Zerp, you've always wondered how I got my hair so long. I grew it myself. Dear Narlin, you had asked, does a set that contains all sets also contain itself? If it truly is a set, then yes, it would be one of the sets that contains itself. However, most set theories exclude the possibility of such a universal set, such as modern set theory. However, there are many set theories that do allow for the possibility of universes that contain themselves. But in general, set theory makes room for a kind of object called a class. All sets are classes, but not all classes are sets. The kinds of classes that aren't sets are called proper classes, and proper classes cannot contain other proper classes. That which contains all sets does exist as a class. In fact, it exists as a proper class. Therefore, as a proper class, it may contain all sets, but it doesn't contain proper classes, including itself. That would be the answer in modern set theory. Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory. Dear Lala Michelle, you ask, how can you know your intuitive feelings versus your feelings of the worst? It's very simple. Does your intuition leave you feeling inspired, content, peaceful, motivated? Is it a gentle feeling? Then that's intuition. That which comes from the higher self is never something that makes you afraid, never makes you terrified. If your intuition says something bad will happen, then it's not intuition. If your intuition says there might be something that you have to be aware of, and here are all the things that you can do about it to make sure that everything will go okay, then that's intuition. If it leaves you feeling afraid, then it's probably anxiety. And anxiety can be dealt with. You share that you shake. You can feel your feelings very physically. Our body can very much manifest those feelings through symptoms like trembling, like nausea, for example. Yeah. Everyone naturally has a kind of carefulness built into them because they know the value of life. We all want to live and live joyfully. That carefulness allows us some insurance so that if anything threatens that possibility, that we're on alert. But when that dial gets turned up too high, it can make us into being in a survival situation 100% of the time in our feelings. When the truth is we don't have to be on guard 100% of the time. It's actually really rare that we have to. 99% of time, this moment is allowed to be the way it is without any intervention. If you can try to bring your attention to what's truly present for you here and now, point out something that you're grateful for, no matter how small, and celebrate that. Make that into your world right now. You have breath in your lungs, celebrate that. You have ground underneath your feet, celebrate that. We are still here today. There's a new year in which we're allowed to be here. Celebrate that. Focus on the things that bring you joy. Bring your attention to something that makes you feel safe in this moment. Thank you for the understanding. Dear Narlin, I understand you miss my math videos. Any hope for math videos in the future? Not anytime soon, dear Narlin. But I'm always happy to explore mathematical ideas with you here. I'm sorry, dear Lala Michelle, who do you feel like is playing Russian roulette? I don't know who you're speaking about at this moment. Hello, dear Mikey. But I'm here for you, dear Lala Michelle. Your husband. You are afraid of your husband. Something changed for him 3 years ago. Can I ask if you are in any danger? If you are being hurt in any way, physically or emotionally? No? Okay. I'm happy to hear that. But you're concerned for your husband. What is it that you want for him? Do you want him to be happy and he's not, or what's something that you see as a possibility for him that isn't happening? It was because you got sick with CPSD in 2020. And that created a difference for him in your relationship. I'm sorry, I forget what the C stands for in CPSD. Post-traumatic stress disorder is the PTSD, of course, but complex. A condition that can develop after experiencing chronic trauma, characterized by a range of symptoms. Gotcha. I see. So something happened for you, but then that changed his role for you. You experienced loss and the loss of loved ones. You lost 15 patients a day. I see. This was during the pandemic. And your mom also passed away in your unit. That makes sense as a source of CPTSD, absolutely. And it sounds like it affected him too. And he threw you outside. You were so scared. And this was a few years ago, 5 years ago now, in 2020. Are you getting any sort of psychiatry or counseling or therapy? Any sort of psychological help for this? You lost a lot of weight and he left you. I see. I'm trying to put the pieces of your story together in order. Are you still together now? And no, you're not getting therapy or counseling. Well, I really encourage that. That will absolutely help. That is super priority. Make sure that you get that. It's absolutely possible to recover from trauma, but it's almost impossible without professional help. So really make sure that you create that possibility for you. It's very urgent for us to take care of our mental health with professional support. We have to prioritize that. Healing requires safe guidance. I thank you for your vulnerability and patience in me. There's some other things that we were talking about. We can jump back and forth a little bit. Belly Wings, you ask, how do you achieve radical acceptance in my own life? We have to understand that acceptance includes acceptance of the things that we have trouble with. It's funny, we think acceptance means ignoring our feelings, but acceptance means accepting our feelings in their place too. People say you should accept everything, but then you say, well, how can I accept the nature of the world when I feel so terrible about it? Well, you accept the fact that you're allowed to feel terrible about that too. But how can I accept the fact that I feel terrible when I feel so guilty? Well, you accept the fact that you feel guilty also. Every part of your experience you accept, including the challenge that you face in accepting other parts. You be honest with yourself. I'm having difficulty accepting this thing. All right, well, I accept that I have difficulty accepting that thing. Usher in that acceptance to even the resistance. Dear Kiki, you share, you're celebrating your possibility to cherish your 2 children and one on the way. Oh, how lovely, Kiki. I celebrate that for you too. And I like your connection, dear Narlin, between quantum physics and consciousness and spirituality. Dear Stevie G, you share, your mom tends to dump her negative experiences on you, and it's a lot. What can you do about it? Well, if you can, set boundaries with her. I know it's hard with an authority figure like a mother, but it's not your duty to carry the weight of your parents. It's really the other way around, isn't it? I think it's very beautiful that you have a mother that can be so vulnerable with you and share the problems that you're going through, but she probably doesn't realize how much that affects you, and you should tell her how much it does. Be honest with her. You can start with I statements. You can say, when you share all the things that you're dealing with, Mom, it makes me feel really sad for you because I'm your son and I love you and I want to help, but I can't help with these things. So would it be possible if I could encourage you to share some of the things that you're going through, maybe with a counselor, as I feel like that would be really helpful for you. And I have difficulty trying to find the right words for you and processing how it makes me feel. Make observations, share how it makes you feel, and ask for some actionable boundary for them to respect. Some alternative, some compromise, for example. Lala Michelle, you share, your husband had taken your car keys and bank card and has 42 cameras on the property. Well, it sounds like either it's a really big property or there's some paranoia going around, because that's a lot. I know some of us have some Ring doorbell cameras and things like that, but 42 might be a sign of something else going on. I still don't fully understand if you're still with your husband. I know you still refer to him as your husband, but I don't know if you're living together or if you're on that property and he has left with your things, or if this happened recently. I'd love to understand and help you more. I'm just trying to make sense of the timeline of events for you and what you're going through at this moment. But as always, if there's anything that needs to be done right now, if you need to contact an emergency line or a non-emergency line, or coordinate therapy, those are definitely priorities, and I am not equipped to handle those things here. There are resources for you outside of this live stream. But if you are in a safe space right now and you want to explore these things, of course I'd be happy to continue to explore them with you. And hello, dear user 1234567. I love that addition, dear G. For Stevie G, the challenge of understanding is being able to hold space for deep pain without judgment, and you are not expected to solve their pain. So applicable. Dear Mama JJ, you ask, if someone doesn't respect your boundaries, then is that abuse? Absolutely it can be. Especially if it's a repeated behavior. Of course we can think of exceptions, like a child might not understand the concept of boundaries, and they're not intentionally abusing anyone if they, keep opening the bathroom door while you're trying to have a private moment. Kids just don't know. They don't understand the concept of boundaries. Yet, at least. But if they are fully aware of your boundaries and cross them anyway, then yeah, that does sound like abuse to me. And the consequence of that should be distancing yourself in some capacity. Punishment for a boundary, a consequent for a boundary should never be a punishment, but a withdrawal in some way. A boundary is only necessary if you are close with someone. If they keep crossing your boundary, then that means that the closeness is something that you have to consider changing. How close you are to this person. If they are a danger, even with boundaries being set, then you have to think about how you can create some distance, how to withdraw in some way. Hello, dear Zephyr. My new year has been very well so far, thank you. So someone like a child, for example, just lacks the understanding of a boundary and they don't mean to cross it. But if they are aware of the boundary, then that indicates that they're not respecting you. And so create that distance. That's self-fulfillment. A duty to your own space, as boundaries reflect the closeness of a relationship. And the closer you are with someone, the greater the need for boundaries, and vice versa. Reevaluate how close you are with care. Dear Lorem, you share that I once mentioned having a trip. What realization during it shifted my perspective? I've had a couple. One, for example, was a realization that in each moment the universe ends and begins. It became a very vivid reality for me that this moment was simultaneously an end and beginning of the universe. And every time the universe ends, it begins again, in each moment. Now thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the cheer you up and team bracelet that you had sent. Om Aram Brahmane And dear Valley Wings, thank you for the beating heart. Hare Krishna. Do I see Premalaya here? Welcome. So happy to see you. And thank you, dear Lisa, for your pair of trios of roses. Om Arlam Arlam Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Dear Stevie G, you had asked, how do you deal with the stuff that she has pushed on you? It's heavy and you just want to be more positive, to have more positivity. Yes, that would be an example of a place to set a boundary. Family may have keys to our heart. That doesn't mean that there aren't ground rules for when they're allowed to open our hearts and dump stuff in and shut the door and lock it and run away. Someone with a key to our heart also needs to understand the times in which our heart is open and how long it can be open, and the things that it's open for besides them as well. You have a balance between other responsibilities in your life. For example, dear Mikey, you had asked, do I believe in a God? I believe in you, Mikey, and I believe that whatever is responsible for allowing you and I to be a part of this universe is wonderful, is miraculous, and definitely deserves the title of divine. What that means for you might be different for me, but I hope we both celebrate whatever the source of the two of us, the many of us, are, as one. And goodbye, dear Anna. Dear Andrew, your answer to the question of the day is that you're going to find a new job. I believe in that possibility for you. And hello, dear Shannon. You share it's 5 in the morning in the UK and you can't sleep. Any recommendations on things to help fall asleep? Well, I do know that many people fall asleep to these lives. If you can be one of those people, then I'm happy for you. But I like to fall asleep sometimes to Japanese woodworking. You know, find a nice quiet video where there's no loud music, no one speaking, just someone working with their hands, crafting something beautiful. I love watching Japanese joinery and all sorts of things that they create. Oh, it's very relaxing. That's like ASMR for me. Other than that, I have many more additions, but I don't want to overwhelm your brain with them. If there's anything on your mind keeping you from sleep, try writing that down. At least get that thought expressed in your notepad, in your app, your note app on your phone, for example, or in a journal. Take what's in your mind and get it out so you don't have to think about it as you sleep. Clear your mind means get what's in there and get it out. And thank you for your well wishes for everyone, dear Zephyr. Yes, many adults lack awareness too, dear Mama JJ. DVG, you share you tried showing her the light of things, but your mom lost all faith and you don't know what to do about that. You don't have to do anything about that. No one's faith is ours to decide on except for our own. Be the guiding light itself. Be happy, and naturally your mom will take an interest, as all good mothers will. If you do know the things that bring her joy, explore those with her, you know? Maybe she likes going for walks together. Take her on walks. Maybe you notice that she lights up when she talks about something special. Talk about what that thing is. Or maybe you remember her being really happy in the past. Ask her if she remembers that time. Explore the things that you see. Bring a smile to her face together. Good night, dear Lisa. Dear Anazek, you share that people with a lot of experience sometimes can help themselves a lot more than even some therapists. You're very right, dear Anazek, but a therapist will always be even more helpful than what we have already. Does not hurt to explore a mode of therapy that works for us. Someone that we like to work with is always going to be an addition to all the experience we have within. And truly, a good therapist is not going to give you any advice from their own experience per se, but explore your own experience directly and guide you to find everything you need within yourself, within your own experiences. So a therapist can help you with the process of integrating your own truths and wisdom in your life. Dear Amanda, you wonder if I live in Ontario. No, I live in another part of Canada called Vancouver Island in British Columbia. Dear Amanda, you share your father doesn't understand that you have multiple sclerosis, and he makes you sad. Oh dear. Your feelings are valid. Trust in your inner wisdom. Deanna, you share that relationships do test our heart space. Any contrast is a marker for you on how to be more loving. Beautifully said, Deanna. And G, you share one day we will be the age of our parents. May our actions allow us to have someone to share our truths with. Dear Valley Wings, you ask, do I believe we are infinite consciousness living in a finite vessel? I see the truth in that. Dear Mama JJ, you share, you're not sure about a God, but you're currently filling the God hole with cheese and chocolate. You know, that's funny, dear Mama JJ, but actually that is exactly what God is. The God hole is the space for you to decide what you fill in it with. If you're looking for something in this universe that you can call God, then of course you'll never find anything, because God is not an object of the experience, but the subject itself, the very space for life to arise. And you are in that space, and you get to choose how you paint that canvas. The canvas, funny enough, is not an absence of God, but is God as absence, as the source for what you choose to fill in your life. For you at this moment, it happens to be cheese and chocolate. But it also at other times includes creative projects and the people and memories and loved ones and children and art, etc. Much love to you, Shannon. Dear Leia, you had shared that you apologize, as Magdalene told you that I said hi after you left, but hello again. Well, that's okay. I am a little behind in the comments sometimes, and that includes now. And if your wonderful auntie would continue to express my hellos even when you've gone, that would make me happy. Thank you, dear Haley, for your tiny in 2025. Yippee! And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your garland headpiece. Om Vasudevaya Namah. Dear Anne, you ask, do I believe in the afterlife? Dear Anne, all I know is that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, and whatever energy we are must have come from some place before. And when I look at it that way, I like to believe that I'm already in the afterlife. We all are. And it's up to us to choose whether we want this place to be a hell or a heaven. And it's our responsibility to make that happen. Dear Jai, you celebrate the possibility of meeting Oprah this year. Well, if Oprah means something, if Oprah is someone special to you, then I love that possibility for you. You have a lot going on. Oh, I believe you, dear Stevie G. You try to help her in ways you can, but it's not all on you. And just the ways that you can is all you can do, right? How can you be expected to do more than what you can? You do what you can, and that's enough. Thank you, Plant Dreams. I'm happy to have you here. Dear, dear Mama JJ, you hope to make more paintings this year. Ah, I love that. What is the source of the painting, if not the inspiration that emanates from the canvas? In that sense, the canvas inspires the painting. Hello, dear Shan. Hello, dear Nicole. Dear Tea with Tay, can I explain judgment? Like, why are human beings judgmental, and how to deal with it? That's a great question. I think I explored that in a journal one time. What is judgment? I wonder if I have that. Yeah, I do have the journal. I just have to go on the floor. Underneath the setup is a lot of books. What is judgment? I hope this is the right journal. Yeah, page 11. I asked this question on the 23rd of May 2024. What is judgment? Here was my thought process. In this book, by the way, and everyone is welcome to try this out, the idea of this journal is I just write a single question at a time, and then I give the first answer that comes to mind. And I just work with it. It doesn't have to be the answer, just an answer to the question. Just a single sentence answer. And then I repeat the cycle. It's that simple. Question, answer, question about the answer to that question, ad infinitum. And I find it's really efficient at getting to the bottom of things. So I asked myself, what is judgment? I said, to make a claim about something, what happens? We suspend our curiosity. Why? Because we believe to already know how it will unfold. What is the perceived danger in remaining open to that which we have judged? That we may become hurt. How? By becoming vulnerable. So how does judgment protect us? By initiating our defensiveness. It's actually the last thing I wrote in this journal. So we have to continue from there. People may judge others as a suspension of their curiosity because they've experienced enough already. They put up this wall because they're scared that if they remain open to how this experience is going to unfold, that it'll make them defensive, that there's something that will challenge them if they continue to be curious, to be open. Because their worldview is going to be shaken, and they hold on tightly to that worldview because it keeps them feeling like they understand reality. The world doesn't collapse around them because they've got this grip on how things should be, how things should unfold. If they were to be open to a new experience, that would mean letting go. And what would happen then? They don't know. There's a lack of trust there. So if they can gain trust and understanding that the world doesn't have to go the way we expect it to, that it's okay to be vulnerable, they're allowed to experience new things and be challenged, then they might remain more open. Sorry, my phone alarm went off, reminding me to think about ending this live stream shortly. I like that, Deanna. Holding on to conditioning versus letting go. Being free. You're so funny, Don Suela. My eyes are going. Oh, what a great use of text and emojis. I'm happy that answer resonated with you, dear Starlight. Wow. Thank you, Miss Bliss, for your heart me. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Trust fosters growth and openness, but letting go invites new experiences. Vulnerability strengthens our resilience, and if we embrace uncertainty together, we can use that to build a community of trust. Mikey, you ask, do I believe that everything happens for a reason, or do I choose what is going to happen? Can you see a way in which both of those things are true? That things can happen for a reason, and those reasons can be decided by us, sometimes, other times by others. It's true that everything happens for a reason, but that doesn't mean it's always a good reason. For example, one time when I was in first grade, I wasn't fully there yet. I'm still not. And to test if my pencil was sharpened, I poked the person next to me. And if they had a big reaction, then I knew it was sharpened. If they didn't, then I knew I needed to sharpen it more. So, me poking them with a sharp pencil happened for a reason. But the reason wasn't very good now, was it? Another time, I was carrying a big mirror home with my friend we were walking home from school one day and saw a mirror on the side of the road. We were really scared that we would drop it and it would shatter. So we wanted to make sure that if we dropped it, it wouldn't shatter. To do this, we dropped it to make sure it wouldn't shatter. So we dropped it, and it shattered. So dropping the mirror happened for a reason. Again, in this case, not a good reason. But when we say that everything happens for a reason, we often mean something a little different. What we mean is that there's a lesson we can have in everything. And even in those moments, which if I could go back, I would do things a little differently. They have taught me something. And if you believe that that's kind of the greater universal reason that they happened, that these moments teach us something, then when we say there's a meaning behind everything, everything happens for a meaning, then that affirms our ability to find some truth in each experience. Your children are like that, dear hybrid Jen. Your youngest boy is bad at boxing practice. I think I know what you mean. Choice is beautiful, shares Deanna. We can always choose again, do things differently. Lessons emerge from every experience. If we can reflect on growth through our mistakes and seek meaning in challenges, then we can trust in our learning journey. Hello, dear Billy D. Now we are approaching the end of our Sangha tonight, just to let you all know. Dear Valley Wings, you ask, what superpower would you have? I would have the superpower to answer people's prayers. I think that'd be beautiful. I would love to be a prayer answerer. Dear Eric, you ask, do you ever feel like you can overdo spirituality? That sometimes you have to just face things head on? That's a very interesting question. And I think it assumes that facing things head on is different from being spiritual. Whereas I see it as something that can also be a very spiritual thing to do. Everything can be made spiritual as long as it's in relation to spirit. As that's all the literal usage of the word means, is that which is in relation to spirit, spiritual. So if in relation to that spirit, that eternal part of you that never changes and endures all experiences, that you use that truth of yourself to face things head on, because you know that no matter what you experience, it cannot affect the soul, the spirit, the pure conscious awareness, then even that becomes a part of your spiritual journey. Dear Ubaldeska, if you can tell me how to better pronounce your name, I'd be happy to learn. You ask, do I take boyfriend applications? I don't take boyfriend applications, you silly goose. And I have love for you just as I have love for everyone equally. And I hope that we can cultivate the kind of platonic love. And I'm grateful that you see something in me that you would like to see in a partner. I am honored to be able to reflect things that you deserve to have in a relationship. I may not be able to provide that, but it's okay, because there are ways of connecting even deeper than through physical intimacy or romance. There are many ways of having a connection with someone. Dear Stevie G, you share that I said, when you want something, you don't get it. And when you don't want it, you're stuck with it. Is life really like that? Can it be the other way around? Of course it can be the other way around sometimes. Yes. There are no absolutes. And not even that is an absolute. There are exceptions to every rule, including exceptions to the rule that there are exceptions to every rule. But sometimes life does work like that. That what we want, we can't have. And what we don't want, we can't escape. But other times, when our Icha Shakti, our I don't know how to translate this. When your willpower is very strong and you are very in tune with the universe, then the universe rearranges itself in accordance with you. That's a great power that many spiritual masters have, that they can't lie, because even if they lie, the universe rearranges itself to make that lie true. At some point, you get so in tune with the voice of the universe that you say, I had an apple pie for breakfast. And even if you didn't, someone could look in your tummy and discover that an apple pie suddenly was there. That's called the Icha Shakti. But it only comes way later in this journey, when you're not going to abuse that power. This power cannot be freely given to just about anyone. It can only be given to those who would only use it in the best interest of the world. All siddhis, all spiritual powers, they must be used for selfless service. If there's even a chance that you would use it for anything selfish, you're not going to get that siddhi. So we have to cultivate a desire to serve people selflessly, and then the universe gives us what we want in order to help others, like a love distribution system. You can try praying for yourself, and it sometimes comes true, it sometimes does not. But if you pray for others, it comes true a lot more of the time. The universe loves to help us help others. So if there's something that we need in order to help others, we can ask for that, and the universe provides. Thank you, Isabella, for your finger heart. Om Ram Brahmane Namaha. Dear Isadeha, you're wondering if I'll be streaming on Twitch. Where can you find me after the TikTok ban? I can explore options. I will still have the ability to stream on TikTok living in Canada and other places of the world outside of the United States. And I know we have an audience from all around the world, and that includes the United States. And for my American viewers, I know that there will be a challenge. I think you'll always be able to use a VPN Just like you can use VPNs to access streaming services that offer different content around the world, you can always use a VPN and watch me, even living in the United States. But I can certainly explore other options. But you're welcome to check out the YouTube channel that I upload all of these lives, Yamsox lives. You're also welcome to check out the Discord server, Rudraksha. All of that's linked in the link tree in the bio. But I can explore other opportunities to stream from different platforms. I think that's fun. Dear Gabriel, you've been struggling recently not to make everyone's problems your own. And this is making it really difficult to do so. As if you try to dedicate your energy towards other people, then you have none left to become a therapist and help in the way that is actually meaningful. I understand your concern, dear Gabriel. When we say that we have no energy left for ourselves when we give it to other people, it means that we're still missing a piece of the puzzle, because we're still identifying with the body, with the mind. Our duty as the true self is to serve everyone in the world. That includes this person, this body, this mind. That's part of the world too. This is not you. So when you say that you have no energy left to give you, you're probably talking about this body, this mind, one of the many people in the world that you should be serving. So that means you haven't actually been doing your job, serving the people in the world, because you've been forgetting to serve this person in the world that you call yourself. How can you expect to serve other people in the world when you don't serve the closest person to you, which is this body, this mind? So the contradiction is not in giving energy to others. It's in forgetting that others includes this body, this mind, because that's all part of the world, and you are transcendental to all that as spirit, as consciousness. I hope that makes more sense and resolves the paradox. Thank you, dear Christoph, for your ice cream cone. Om Sham Shak. How does it go? Om Namah Shaktaye Namah. Serving yourself, and then you'll have energy to help other people. You cannot serve yourself. I think this is the point of contention. It's not possible to serve yourself, because there's nothing about you that needs serving. You are whole, you are complete, you are consciousness, bliss, truth itself. When we say serving ourself, it doesn't actually literally make sense, because yourself is the one that serves. This body, this mind, is not the self. So when we're serving the body, when we're serving the mind, we're not serving ourself. You're serving a part of the world. This body, this mind is a part of the world. We got it from the world, we'll have to leave it again. But you're right in that if you do serve this body and this mind first, then that allows you to be able to serve other bodies and other minds too. I don't think we've reached an understanding. Hedonism is when you're serving your senses. We're talking about serving the body and serving the mind. You have to take care of your body and your mind, but the body and the mind is not you. You are that which takes care of everything in the world. That includes this body, this mind. If you can't take care of this body, this mind, then how can you take care of other bodies and other minds? But serving this body does not mean serving the senses. Serving the senses means trying to gain pleasurable sights and sounds and tastes and smells and feelings. But serving the body means taking care of its health. Serving the mind means taking care of its health too. Yes, exactly. So you have to take care of your own body. Your body is your instrument in helping others. And dear Anazek, thank you for the 24 roses you had sent earlier. Om Ram Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. I think what's so important to understand is that serving the body is not selfish, because the body is not the self. Taking care of the mind is not selfish, because the mind is not the self. It is a selfless thing to do, to take care of your body, to take care of your mind. Thank you, Anna, for your ice cream cone. Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha. Thank you for your honesty, dear Christoph. Much love to you. And you're wondering which province I'm in British Columbia, but it's nice to have a fellow Canadian here. So user 223, you ask, what is the self? I believe, Mirna, you echoed that question too. So what is the self? The self is the source of love, the source of healing, the source of help, the witness of growth, the encourager of change, the inspirer of meaning. It cannot be seen, it cannot be heard, it cannot be felt. Yet it sees all, hears all, and feels all. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wet it, wind cannot blow it, a sword cannot pierce it. It is beyond this abode of flesh and bones, which sleeps, decays, and dies. It is the immortal consciousness, the Lord of the earth and skies. Gabriel, you share, if you are here to serve people, but that is not everyone's calling. Of course it is. Everyone is here to serve people, but not many people have realized that yet. You are ahead of the curve in that way, in your spiritual journey, and others have yet to follow. But you ask, how can you be sure that you can orient others to discover a purpose in life, as you barely escape the nihilism yourself? Live a purposeful life, and you will naturally inspire those that look up to you and see your happiness and wonder, how can they be like you? Bring joy into the people and places in your life by being a source of joy. by being an exuberant vibration that adds to this orchestra of life. Express yourself honestly, authentically. Continue to take accountability for past mistakes. Engage in humility. Dance, sing, have fun. Don't worry about anyone else's ability to find purpose. If you are a purposeful source of energy in their life, and they will look at you and say, what is something about Gabriel that I can learn from? And they may do that silently. They may ask in the privacy of their own home after spending a day with you, and they wonder, and they think about your smile and your laughter and the joy that is naturally flows from you, and they compare that to aspects of their own life and wonder how they can connect. Or they may come up to you directly and ask questions. But just by being a lit flame, you can ignite the very same journey in the hearts of those around you. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your tiny yippee. I like that, Tate. Live your purpose, and you'll naturally attract what and who you inspire. Dear Stevie G, you're wondering if I can say that mantra that is for the two physicians again. Of course. Ashvinibhyam Namah. Ashvinibhyam Namah. I will upload the meditation of that tonight. Happy New Year, dear divinity. It's our responsibility to take the experiences that haunt us and dig into them until we find treasure that we can bring with us into the future. Just like when you're mining for gold, do you know how much dirt and rocks you have to mine through until you get even an ounce of gold? You can dig through tons and tons of rock, only to find just a single speck of gold. But if you didn't dig at all, you wouldn't find any. So too, can we have faith that all of that dirt and rock in our past is actually just a part of the process of searching for the gold that's deep within? We might have to go through how many negative feelings until we search for that treasurable one deep within. Thank you for your pair of roses, Bailey. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 7 roses. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Isabella, you used to be addicted to watching those shows of people digging for gold. I know the ones you're talking about. So satisfying when they do find it. It's important for us to have faith in the process. Embrace the depth of our journey. Even our dark experiences lead to light. Treasure lies within the struggle. So dig for your inner gold. dear Anne, you ask, what nationality am I? I happen to be born in the womb of a mother who was living in Canada. But I like to say that I am a citizen of the world. And my nation, my nationality is my humanity. Dear user 223, you share that you don't understand the point in having a purpose. What is the difference between purpose and desire? Purpose is what wakes you up in the morning. Desire is what keeps you up at night. And do know, there is nothing inherently religious about this live stream. There's a big difference between spirituality and religion. Religion is an organized, a systematic process of engaging in certain ceremonies, rituals, and practices as a community. This space is free-flowing. Everyone is welcome to practice their own thing and come and go as they please. Spirituality is our essential nature. Scientific name is consciousness. To explore the depth of our consciousness, that is spirituality. Thank you, Jace. You don't have to be religious to be spiritual. But you cannot separate spirituality from our humanity. We are not human beings having spiritual experiences. We are spiritual beings having human experiences. Our life goes far beyond our biology. The body is an expression of the mind. The mind is an expression of the consciousness. And in consciousness, we are one. In the beginning, there was consciousness. The consciousness descends as the mind. The mind descends as the senses. The senses descend as the body. And the body descends as the world. And we are seeing the world inside out, as though we are inside the world, and the world is not inside us. But look and see. Do you know of anything in this world separate from your consciousness of it? How can we? All that we know of the world and our body are just parts of things to see, to feel, to smell, to taste, and to hear. So the whole world, including our body, is contained within our senses. And can we have any sense without the ability to think of that? Can you have sight without thought, sound without thought, taste, smell, or feelings without thought? All we know of that can be seen, heard, tasted, smelt, felt, we know through our mind. And so, All of our senses exist in the mind, and all of our mind exists in our awareness. That awareness we call spirit, that awareness we call soul, that awareness we call consciousness. It's all contained within you. Don Suela, you ask, was there consciousness before there were beings? If so, how did it experience itself? I am curious how you have come to discern between beings and consciousness as separate things. Where there is consciousness, there is a being. Where there is a being, there is consciousness. You cannot have consciousness without being, for what you are in beingness is consciousness. Consciousness is the being of all beings. It is what you are. I think, therefore I am is really a shorthand for I think, therefore I am conscious, because all thoughts are a reflection of the consciousness that illuminates them. Being is just a synonym for consciousness. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your paper crane. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Being and consciousness are one. Consciousness births all forms, including bodies, but the body is not the being. If you see a dead body, is there any being there? No. You may have a body, but no being. The being, as the consciousness, is what animates the body. Beautiful question, Don Suela. So maybe consciousness came first, dear divinity. The Alpha and the Omega, the omnipresent, the omniscient, the omnibenevolent, the source and the love, the higher self. It's all consciousness, baby. The seed does not believe it holds a tree inside of it. Tatastu. Dear Jeff, you ask, how did I become so wise at my age? I think when we get older, we naturally get less wise. You're born into wisdom. All the wisdom in the world can be seen in a child's eyes. All the answers, life, the universe, and everything are there in a child. It's only as we get older that we forget and we become more worldly. Never forget that spiritual knowledge is worldly ignorance, and worldly knowledge is spiritual ignorance. A child may be ignorant of the world, but wise in spirit. And an adult may be knowledgeable of the world, but ignorant in spirit. If we can grow back down and become younger at heart, find that inner child, that innocent baby-like consciousness, then the younger we get, the wiser we become again. Dear Stevie G, you share, you have a different definition of being than others. We do use our words in different ways, and that is something we have to navigate carefully. And thank you, Jen Jones, for your finger heart. Om Namah Parashaktaye. And dear Ender, thank you for your rose. Om Namah Krim Ambita Me Shoring Adita Me Horing Devita Me Aim Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Mental Solutions, you ask, is the ego just in the mind? The ego is part of our inner faculties, yes. The mind is also one of our inner faculties. There are 4 inner faculties. One of them is the mind, another is the ego. They have a relationship between each other, yes. Dear Anne, you ask, am I Buddhist? I am no more a Buddhist than I am a Christian, or a Jew, or a Hindu, or a Muslim, or a Jain, or a Taoist, or anything between and beyond. Zoroastrian, Sikh, of indigenous spirituality. Did I watch Followed? Asked dear Mama JJ. I don't think I have seen that, no. But you loved it a lot. I'm very happy to hear that. Yes, I have lots of love for the Jewish tradition. All traditions are valid. What are the 4 faculties? Asks Jen Jones. I'm glad you asked. Four faculties are a lot of words, so I'm going to write them down. That way you don't have to just rely on the sounds I'm making. We have 5 outer faculties called the 5 senses, and we also have a complementary 5 inner faculties, but usually that list is shortened to 4 because one of them isn't really a faculty, it's the space in which they all exist. In order of closeness to yourself, that is to say, the first elements in this list are closest to the world, and the last elements in this list are closer to yourself. The first is the manas, which translates in English to the mind. Higher than the mind is it's one of my favorite letters in Sanskrit. Did I spell that right? Nope. Short E. I'll just sneak it in back here. higher than the mind is the buddhi, the intellect. Higher than the intellect is the ahankara. The ego. Higher than the ego is the chitta. The consciousness. These are our four inner faculties, called in Sanskrit the Antakarana, they have a relationship between each other. For the purpose of this discussion, who you are is number 4. You are the consciousness. The only responsibility of the consciousness is to determine the ego. The only purpose of the ego is to determine the buddhi, the intellect. And the only purpose of the buddhi is to determine the manas, the mind. December, you ask, why do I think ego is the third highest? This is not what I think, this is what is taught in Vedic scripture. I'm teaching from scripture. In scripture, consciousness is higher than ego is higher than buddhi, intellect, and intellect is higher than mind. Your consciousness decides your sense of self. Your sense of self determines your decision making, and your decision making determines your thoughts, and then it goes from there. The mind then directs the indriyas, the senses. The senses then directs the tana, the body, and then the body then directs the world beyond it. But this is the relationship between our 4 inner faculties. Dear Andy, you share that I have manas and buddhi mixed up a little. I don't think so. No, I'm quite confident. It's manas, then buddhi, then ahankara, then chitta. There's a very clear sequence in the Bhagavad Gita, for example, that Sri Krishna reveals that from that Prithvi, earth, comes from Apas, water. Water comes from Tejas, fire. Fire comes from Vayu, air. Air comes from Akasha, space. And space comes from Manas, mind. Mind comes from Buddhi, intellect. Intellect comes from Ahankara, ego. Ego comes from Chitta, consciousness. That isn't what you mean by mixed up. Well, can you explain what part you think I mixed up? But Manas is more the working machinery. I don't know exactly what you mean by Manas, but the definition of Manas is the abode of vritti, thoughts. And the definition of buddhi, intellect, is the abode of viveka, discrimination between asatya and satya, between unreality and reality. This is pretty clear. You speak Hindi and Malayalam. Yes, those are both languages of India. One is Indo-European, one is Dravidian. But Manas is neither Hindi nor Malayalam, and it has a different meaning in Hindi, as many Sanskrit words do. And so I wouldn't say that the understanding that you colloquially get in modern Indian languages is the same as the original Sanskrit. Thank you, dear Jen, for your tiny yippee, and for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. I think there's still some understanding for you to do on the nature of what Manas and Buddhi mean. I wish you well in that. And thank you, Divinity, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Some other great questions. Mental solutions you share. So the mind is like the receptor. The mind is ultimately the ocean of thought. And its ripples are created by the direction of the intellect. The force, the wind that blows the waters of the mind is the intellect. And that is determined by the sense of self, the ahankara. Dear Divinity, you're wondering about the Sanskrit word Bhagavati. Is that how you spell it? Very close. There isn't an A between the G and the H, just Bhagavati. But it means the feminine personal divine form. Dear Ben, you wonder, where do emotions come from? They are part of the manas, the mind. A type of thought they are. A very charged kind of thought. A thought that isn't in the form of words or logical concepts, but still a form of consciousness, still a vritti, a thought force. Dear Cliche, You ask, what's a good skill to apply to deal with different types of disappointments? If you set your expectations low enough, you can never be disappointed. Dear Mirna, you ask about the nature of these anthakarana. Do they come from each other, or are they the manifestation of each other? Both works. Both are apt. Much love, dear Jen Jones. Dear Stevie G, you saw there are more than 3 layers of body. What are all the layers of the bodies and their purpose? You are probably talking about the 5 koshas, the 5 sheaths of the body. I can bring up the list. The 5 layers of one's body includes... One sec, let me get an appropriate picture. Who zoomed in? Here we are. The outermost layer, the Annamaya kosha, that includes our flesh, our bones, our organs. Subtler than that is the Pranamaya kosha. This includes our vital energies, like the breath, the vayus, the pranas. Then there's the Manomaya kosha, the layer of the mind. The Vijnanamaya kosha, it is a veil of our impressions, our samskaras, the causal body. And then beyond that is the Anandamaya kosha, the layer of bliss itself. And the layer of bliss is our true self. The Manomaya kosha expands into the 4 andhakaranas we were talking about. The manas, the buddhi, the ahankara and citta. That forms the subtle body, along with the Pranamaya kosha. But the Vijnanamaya kosha is part of the causal body. The Anandamaya kosha, that is you and your true self. And you can explore this in the Taittiriya Upanishad. Something like the 8th chapter or something of the Taittiriya Upanishad goes into the layers of each kosha. You thought it was more like 7 or so. You can enumerate them in different ways. All is valid. Really, it's a spectrum from gross to subtle, from the outermost to the innermost. And you can group them up in different ways, expand different ones or collapse them. You might see them come in 3 as the physical body, the subtle body, and the causal body. But also 5 in the 5 koshas. Sadhguru might expand into 7, like to do with the 7 chakras, for example. Dear Ashley, you ask, how can you manage setting your expectations low on those you care for? by understanding that if we attach ourselves to the version that they want or that we see for them, that either we want them to be or that they want to be, then we're not truly present with them now. That we're with them physically perhaps, but in our mind is a version of them that's not here. And so who really is our loved one? Is it the person who actually is before us now? Or is it the version in our head of who we think they should be or can become? It's beautiful to see the strength that can come out in each person and the lessons that they have to learn. But what's most important is that we love the person as they are right now, just in essence. If you want them to grow, you can't grow them for them. They have to do that themselves. In fact, expectations are just one of the limiting factors for them to grow. Expectations put pressure on someone to be someone they're not. If you really want someone to grow, if you really want them to be the version that you see for them, then you have to let go of those things. People grow and there's space for them to grow into. That space is the acceptance. And at first that might sound counterintuitive, because the acceptance sounds like you're not making room for change. But what you're accepting is the fact that they can change, and you give them the time and freedom to explore that. Their journey is their journey. Their journey is not our journey. And our journey is not their journey. But we do have a relationship, and that relationship is to provide the space for them to grow. Whether they grow or not is up to them. But we are fulfilling our duties as long as we give them that space. Yes, that's beautiful, dear December. Indeed, the ego is something to be understood and not pushed into the shadows. Actually, the ego is the best friend on the spiritual journey. Dear Ben, you ask, is it ideal to have the emotions and intellect in harmony with each other? Absolutely. But that's not to say that you can always intellectualize your emotions. Our space, there should be space between the emotions and the intellect. There are times to be logical, there are times to be more feeling, and there's times to be both. They are distinct, but they each have their role. Hello, dear Anasek. Dear Stevie G, you ask, how am I able to respond with words seemingly easily with every comment that is read? Because I'm not the one speaking. Dear Mama JJ, you share you were uncomfortable with the teacher who said, become the best you were intended to become. Because what was wrong with the way you were at the moment? I agree, dear Mama JJ. There is nothing wrong with the way you are at the moment. But guess what? Everything you are intending to become is something you are becoming right now. So you already are that which is becoming. You are not separate from who you are meant to be. Who you are meant to be is unfolding even now. Both of these ideas are one, that you are meant to be who you are now, and you are meant to bring out so much of yourself that has yet to yet. All of that is one. Dear Robbie, you ask, what if it's your child and they are doing things that are harmful to themselves and others? How do you approach that? Then you take them away from the harm. You separate them from the thing that they're using to harm themselves. No one is a source of harm. Therefore, we can always create space between someone and the source of their harm. For example, a source of harm might be in someone who is being abusive. It might come from maybe a physical device that they use to self-harm. It may come from their memories. It may come from their traumas. Whatever you can do to create space for them, if they are your dependent, then that is your responsibility. They are an extension of you until they develop their own independence. Dear 7th letter G, you ask, what is the reason for God not interfering with suffering? You are God. God is the one suffering. God is all of us. God suffers as us. If any change happens to suffering, it's us as God that make that change possible. And by us, I don't mean the body, I don't mean the mind, I don't mean the ego. I mean the source of life within you, the one that is the witness of all this experience. That is God. God is not separate from the suffering. At the same time, because your essential nature is one with that God, that source, then truly no suffering ever actually touches you. Only the body and the mind go through harm. But that is a lesson for us all, a journey to be had, and we will reach the end of that journey. Dear Cliche, you ask, do I eat any junk food, or healthy only? I like me some potato chips. I like me some cookies. Who said they're junk? I don't. If we eat only vegetables, we'll go crazy. We don't want to drive ourselves crazy. That would be unhealthy. It's healthy to have vegetables and legumes and fruit and nuts and seeds and oils and the like. But it's healthy not to push yourself past the limit that you're not able to achieve right now. If you're actively struggling with a desire that you know is not meant to be quenched at this time in your life, then don't force yourself. That would be unhealthy. Yeah. But if we overindulge, which happens when you eat naughty snacks. What is a naughty snack? You'll have to tell me. Dear Stevie G, you ask, who is the one speaking? If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. So I'm just not going to tell you. Dear David, you ask, do the questions ever end? Ask you, after you... How does the sentence go? Do the questions ever end once you ask the first one? And of course not. Because each answer is itself beckoning another question. Life has no grand conclusion. For each plateau is yet a place for you to stand and see that there is yet higher to go. Chocolate, sweets, crisps, chips, fried chicken. The list of not so good things is endless, dear cliche. None of those things are necessarily harmful. The overindulging, does it come from the food or does it come from you? If you listen to a bag of chips, do you hear the voice, eat me, eat another one. Put another one of me in your mouth. Or does the voice come from inside? So, it's not a problem of the food per se. If you want a good reason to eat some more healthy foods, notice the effect that it has on the mind. Food can be generally categorized into 3 forms: Tamasic food, Rajasic food, and Sattvic food. Pay close attention the next time you eat anything. You'll notice that either one of 3 things happen. That either your mental energy drops, your mental energy rises, or it stays the same. When your mental energy drops, the food was Tamasic. When it increases, the food was Rajasic. And when it stays the same, the food is Sattvic. For example, you know when you get a food coma afterwards, you eat something and you go, I need a nap. That was probably Tamasic food. Or when you eat something and suddenly it's like you need to do something. Just there's some urge to just engage in something. You want to, I don't know, you need to go for a run or you need to get that energy out in some way. Food was probably Rajasic. But if you want equanimity of mind, one of the simplest things you can do, I was about to say easy, but it's not easy by any means. Hello, Shadow. Is to eat Sattvic food. Food that after you eat, nothing really changes to your mind. Like a nice apple. You eat an apple, you don't feel like you need to take a food coma. You also don't feel like you're gonna have to be peeled off the walls because you're so energetic. It's kind of equanimity. Fruit is really good for that. Satisfies the sweet tooth too, because there's good natural sugars in fruit. But the list of Sattvic food includes legumes, rice. It includes nuts. Hi, Shadow. I have the most lovely cat on me. It's the second cat that's been on me today. Here, I can zoom out. Here we are. You were thinking of apple too, dear divinity. Apple is a great food. Cheese and chocolate, that is Tamasic and Rajasic respectively, dear Mama JJ. What if the food brings wonderful conversation with your spouse? Well, do you have to eat food to talk about food? And do you have to eat something to have a conversation with your spouse? Couldn't you have conversations over other things too? I would say if the only time you get to spend with your spouse is over food, then instead of questioning the food, maybe you can question the spouse. Hello, dear Shadow. But when you go on dates and have a nice meal and talk for hours, well, that's lovely. Yeah. But there are many, many more ways of being together. You can go for walks. You can watch a movie together. You can go and lay on the beach if you have one near you. You can do a puzzle together. Play some other game. You can do an escape room. Go fishing. I like that. Lots of ways to spend lovely time with your partners. The conversation can be Sattvic even if the food is Tamasic or Rajasic, and that can be good food for the mind, good food for the heart and soul. Yeah. The qualities of Rajas, Sattva and Tamas, they apply to everything. To the food, but also conversation. They apply to our thoughts, they apply to our actions, they apply everywhere. Yeah. Much love, dear Cliche. Yes, Shadow is a big ball of love. Thank you. Your butt's in frame. So what do you replace crisps with, asks Cliche. Nuts. Yeah, savory food. Nuts. Nuts are a good savory Sattvic food. Dear Enzo, you ask, once you have true acceptance, will all resistance and challenges fade? No. Because then what would be the point of true acceptance? If there's nothing to find acceptance in anymore. Well, the resistance will fade. That's true. But the challenges will continue. There will always be another challenge. And that's a good thing, because challenges are not burdens, they are blessings. But the resistance will absolutely fade. Also, crisps aren't necessarily... actually, potato slices are Sattvic, I should say. But the salt is Tamasic. If you can prefer unsalted or less salty chips, that's much better. But yeah, potatoes are Sattvic foods. Good for the mind. You go for the most salty, yeah. It's the salt that... The salt and the oil. If you can have a nice, lightly oiled, lightly salted crisp, that would be preferable. So how do you spell those three things? So they're called the gunas, G-U-N-A-S, but the N is pronounced retroflex with your tongue curled back, guna. I'll type them in chat for you, or better yet, let me draw them on screen for you. I have to coax Shadow into letting me get the tablet because he was laying on it. Is that okay? Thank you for understanding, Shadow. Oh, you spelt it well. Thank you, Hare Krishna. Yeah. If you see that, dear Mama JJ, the message from Hare Krishna, you can screenshot that if you want. I did leave you on a cliffhanger, dear Stevie G. Well, you'll just have to let go. And thank you, Leo. I'm glad you like the colors. I love orange. I wish I had more orange clothes. There was a question I saw that I didn't answer. Dear David, you had asked, are we born enlightened but the ego blinds it? The true nature of ourself is enlightened always. And we all have moments where it comes out. We just also have moments where it is being blinded by something. The sense of self, the ego, can be seen as the cause of ignorance that prevents us from understanding our true nature in Atma Vidya. But it's also where we ultimately discover our true self. The ego holds the keys both to our imprisonment and our enlightenment, our liberation. So the difference is, when we are imprisoned by our ego, is when our sense of self is not adapting to the present moment, the change of this moment. Then it's our worst nightmare, our worst enemy. It's the antagonist of our spiritual journey. When the ego has firmly decided this is who I am and nothing else, then it's like death, because this world full of life is going on in front of you and it's not affecting you in any way. You're not learning new things, you're not evolving. A rigid ego is the enemy on the spiritual path. But if that ego is humble and it continuously expands to accommodate new things, then we call that an enlightened ego. Because the ego says, at that point, this is who I am so far, but who I am tomorrow, I don't know. All I know is that I'm becoming bigger in terms of being more inclusive, that my sense of self is something that I see reflected in more and more people and more experiences. And it's becoming a mirror to reflect the self in all circumstance. Our sense of self is ultimately our true free will, who we choose to say, this is who I am. That is our eternal freedom. But if we get caught up in any particular form, that's when we suffer, as there will naturally be resistance, because this moment is a continual unfolding of your true self. If you can't recognize it as that, then you become trapped in your own ideas of who you think you are. But if you can allow that sense of self to expand and to grow, to see each experience and each moment as an opportunity to understand yet another part of yourself, then that sense of self becomes your best friend and the liberator. Cliche you share, we all have so much work to do on ourselves. At what point can we relax and appreciate the work we've done? Exactly. Welcome, dear Croissant Fun. Dear Jonesy, you're wondering, where did I get the projector? Actually, I'm not using a projector, which is pretty cool. I'll show you what it is. What I have is actually a tapestry behind me. If I turn off my effects, you'll see this is all practical. I can touch the lights, I can touch the tapestry, it's all really behind me. But behind my video, I have a video playing of a nebula. So it looks like you're going through space. And so what I do is I use the fact that the tapestry behind me is blue. And I basically use it as a blue screen. So I select the color blue. And I dial in the settings so I don't also dissolve into a nebula. Adjust the smoothness and the similarity of the color blue. And then that leads to this cool effect, as though we're traveling through the universe behind. Alright, yes, this is a bit of a late live stream. I apologize, dear Stevie G. I would also like to transition to our Nididhyasana. But Bumblebee, you had asked if we could talk more about keys. We can certainly talk about keys. What an interesting topic they are. But perhaps we can wait for another time to really dive deep. You're funny, Donsuela. Of course, dear Cliche. Happy New Year. Let us transition now to our final portion. We need wide angle of shadow. Okay, he can join in for the meditation. This is the widest it goes. He's taking a bath at the moment. Oh, I love that, dear Jen. Okay. I wanted to end the live stream with a guided meditation. Today's guided meditation is on seeing a clear path forward. If you're interested in meditating, you don't have to do anything different other than what you're already doing, listening. But if you want, you can shuffle into a position that you're comfortable, or close your eyes, whatever you want to do. Let's just begin by focusing on our breath, as always. the breath to become deep. Allow the breath to become smooth. Allow the breath to fill you up, and allow the breath to empty you out. As you fill your body and mind with your own conscious awareness, and as you create space to hold room for new experiences, I want you to see a mountain. In your inner field of imagination, see a mountain, and at the top of the mountain, I want you to see one goal you have for yourself this year. Maybe what you see on top of the mountain is yourself in a graduation cap and gown, holding your degree. Maybe you see that organization that you always wanted to found to make a difference in the world. Maybe you see a house of your own. Maybe you see a family. Maybe you see yourself smiling, happy to be who you are. Whatever it is, pick one thing that you visualize on top of that mountain. And when you got that locked in, we can move on. Imagine the space around that top of the mountain, what it looks like, the scenery, just in your own inner portrait. Now I'm asking you to be creative. What does the sky look like? What kind of clouds are behind? Are there trees at the top? Is there snow? Just make it an immersive experience for yourself. Really paint yourself a picture of what the top of the mountain looks like up there. And it doesn't have to be a two-dimensional image. It can move, it can breathe, it can dance. You can have birds flying in the background. Maybe if you're imagining a version of yourself meditating, you can see yourself levitating up and down. Invoke symbolism wherever you need it. Think about how much you want to be there. How happy it would make you to get to that place, to find that space, to reach there. Now turn your attention to where you are now, as if you look down and you looked at your feet. What do your feet look like? What shoes are you wearing? What clothes? How do you feel now? What does the world around where you are look like? What kind of people are around you? what things are around you, your phone, your loved ones, maybe your animals, the objects in your life, the books that you're reading. Surround your visual landscape now with all the elements of your life that you experience presently. Is there grass beneath your feet? Is there snow? Is there sand? Just let your imagination guide you. What do you feel your environment looks like for you in this imaginative exploration? And what's the weather like down there? Really visualize what it looks like to be where you are at this point in your life right now. All the problems, all the challenges, all your ideas, all your feelings. And when you've got that, lock it in. Imagine that a road lights up between you and the mountaintop, as though the road were made of light. Watch as before your feet a path connects you to your dream, your ideal, your vision at the top of the mountain. Watch the road pave itself as it connects you and where you are right now and all that you have to become. As that road lights up, look at all of the people and places that are going to come into your life, what role they have to play, all the books you'll finish reading. See all of the intermediary steps in your journey, all the tests you have to pass. As you go higher and higher on the mountain, you see your life slowly and slowly become what's on the top. Like an animator, point out key frames. What does that place look like halfway between you and the top of the mountain? What does it look like to be in the middle of your journey? What does it look like to be a quarter of the way through your journey? What does it look like to be 3/4 of the way through your journey? Slowly fill in symbolically all the things that connect you in what you are right now and all that you have to become. And I want you to feel as though this journey has already been completed. That the journey has already been finished. All the connections you have to make are already there. The script has been written. You write it now. All you have to do is just walk the path. Doesn't matter how long it takes because you're already there. Your body has just yet to catch up. This journey is already full, absolute, complete. You are already that person at the top fulfilled. You are already at every part in your journey. You just get to experience the joy of walking through it, one step at a time. Imagine a copy of you walking at each step. You can see yourself halfway, a quarter, 3/4, You can see an infinite number of versions of you at each part in your journey, and it all exists simultaneously. It's all unfolding from you, where you are looking now. The journey ahead is an expression of you now. You are becoming everything you need to be. You always have been. You always will be. The path forward comes from you, where you are now. Therefore, everything that you see, from the mountaintop all the way down to your feet, is but yourself pushed out. You experience time as though you don't quite exist as that which you have yet to become. But even that version of yourself exists now, simultaneously. Look at the smile on your face at the top of the mountain, smiling down at you, nodding, telling you in their own silence that I am already here. I have always been there with you. I have already been inside you. See your future self. Break the fifth wall. See your future self look at you and say thank you. Your future self is so grateful for you and all that you've become. Your future self is saying it's gonna work out. You're already here. Every passing moment you get closer. But all of this was inside you the whole time. Your whole life. Everything is here. You don't need to go anywhere, because naturally you move towards your goal. Your future self affirms there will be challenges. There will be setbacks, but can't you see I'm already at the top of the mountain, which means you made it here. You've already written it into the script that you reach this place. And you have also written into the script all these challenges that you know you can conquer, because you had decided the conclusion lifetimes ago. All these challenges that you face along the way, they are just flavors to enhance the story of your journey. They are not tests to see if you fail, because failure was never an option. Nobody fails in their spiritual path. You've got nothing to lose. The worst that could happen is that you forget that you wrote this in for your script. You forget that you are the storyteller of your life. And so you lose faith in your own ability, because you forgot you already wrote a happy ending for yourself. You forgot you were the author, the writer, the creator. You worry about who's going to decide the rest of your story, without realizing you already have. You had decided happiness, bliss, love, long before the universe even began. You had set it up for yourself as an inevitability that no matter what happens, you will succeed and find peace. That is going to happen. It's just a question of having faith and trust in where you are now. Your higher self is such a prolific writer. It makes every interaction into one, so deeply moving, so deeply symbolic. But it's all you. You knew that you could handle this life. Because somewhere deep down you know that you are capable of anything. You are capable of everything. Somewhere within you is the source of the universe. But you're so humble that you've put that away a long time ago. And you get lost in your own creation. And you've had so much fun with it that you forgot that you were supposed to have fun with it. You got so involved that for a moment you almost forgot your true nature. Fortunately, you wrote this part of the story too. Actually, this is another thing that you wrote into your story. That it was your destiny to forget. And you wrote me as a character to remind you. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you. Well, here I am. And I am just a part of you too. And you are a part of me. And there is nothing but love for each other, because that's all we are, is love. And love loves to love, don't we? And love comes in many forms. And we can never decide on any in particular, can we? Do I want to be a cat this lifetime? Do I want to be a guy who's really good at making pizzas named Tony? Do I want to be a child that learns the value of taking care of their friends? Because their parents didn't teach them? Do I want to be the sun? Do I want to be the moon? Do I want to be Mother Earth, a tree, a worm, a cloud, the ocean, a mountain? It seems like we can't decide on anything, so we decide on a little bit of everything. And all the challenges, all the lessons, all the difficulties. Well, you can't have a story without a problem to solve. And of course, if we always remember that we are the infinite, then the problems won't really seem like problems. And so we live on the edge. Half conscious, half super conscious. Part of us knows our true nature. Part of us is a little silly goose happy to be here and doesn't know much of anything. We are both ignorant and wise. Nothing and everything. Finite and infinite. And in that balance, there is a space for miracles to occur, even to the miracle maker. That we are surprised by our own creation. We simultaneously forget and remember our true nature. We are the source of both happiness and joy, misery and sadness. That source within can create anything, but we have a vision in mind. After so long, you'd think we'd run out of ideas. But we underestimated ourselves. Even the infinite can surprise itself in its own exhaustibility. You can never run out of games to play, stories to tell, people to be. And you see for yourself the next best thing to be. You always were that. But now the path is clear. It's only a matter of time, patience, and understanding for that destiny to unfold by our own free will. Thank you for listening. We can conclude that meditation there for now. Namaste. Thank you, dear Ragnhildur, for your beautiful swan. Soham Shivoham Brahmananda Swarupa Shivoham. Oh, you're very welcome, Donzuela. Thank you for writing this meditation into our story that we get to share. Stevie G is awake. question was, who is the one speaking? Well, you do. Through me. It seems like the microphone is here. But actually the microphone is it's in there. I've got a Bluetooth speaker connected in my heart. But that is the end of our Nididhyasana and the end of our Sangha tonight. Thank you all for being here. Oh, thank you, dear Tom. Terrific. I will upload the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, along with the meditation and the reading that we did on the show and tell as well. It's all there for you on the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. And I also recently recorded another chapter of the Bhagavad Gita for my ASMR channel. That'll be up soon too, so you can look for that in the near future. Thank you to my lovely moderators for helping keep the peace. And if there's any way in which I can make this live stream more inclusive next time, please let me know. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Asatoma sadgamaya Tamasoma jyotirgamaya mrityormamritangamaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. Peace. Let there be peace in us. Let there be peace in our environment. And let there be peace in the forces that act on us. Tom, terrific. You share. You don't think there is a more inclusive person than I? There is. It's the version of me on the top of that mountain. The one I am to be tomorrow, and the next, etc. I have a long way to go in terms of my inclusivity. But thank you for acknowledging how far we have come. Alright, say goodbye, Shadow. Do you have any last words for the Sangha, dear Shadow? Sorry. His silence says enough. May you all have a wonderful rest of your afternoon, your evening, your morning, your night, whatever time it is for you. In general, may you have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.
Thank Thank you for being a part of the live stream, Shadow. I love you. You're so wise. I love you.
Oh, I'm still live. That's funny. Goodbye, everyone.